Good morning, everybody. All right, to start the morning, we'll see SPY. We still have the inside month to the upside here, and you'll see above that 755 trading 778, so doing pretty good. The weekly hammer from our monthly video is still good, and we're just at the highs, so still good across the board. And we're now into the grind. As you are into the highs, you tend to just kind of grind up. So we'll see, how much we can get out of it. But the only stuff we got to take out is 779.39, and then that's it. So we'll see what can come of it. If we go to the Qs, we still have this to come back through up into 748.65, and you'll see the same thing. The monthly hammer still good for the monthly video, guys, and we still have all that to take out. So Q still has some distance, about 16 points to come back through. It's going to open directly into the highs today. And then the Dow Jones is, chopping them up pretty good here on the week. Stuck in the middle, but they did triangle out a bit, and you'll see they're opening a little weaker this morning. The small caps, IWM, is a little closer to a reversal down. However, they're going to open dead in the middle, and they'll still be well above that month and that week open here. That being said, we do have some gaps today. So UMAC had earnings yesterday, and this gives you stuff like ARCAT, which if you tuned into the weekend video, this is some stuff that we discussed in uraniums and drones. So you have these big broadening formations. So you can see here on the week. It's really big broadening formation here. They're coming back through. So more positive news coming out. We'll see what can come of that. Obviously, we're gapping back up through a previous range. So we still have more targets to come back through and take out up at 1181 and higher. If we go to UMAC, you'll see it's not quite taken out 34 yet. So we still have that to come back through. However, it's a decent gap up. So we'll see, we'll have to get some of those 30-60 signals going. You go to AVAV on the gap list, you're going to see it's also gapping up back through a previous range. So it's going to be 2-2 day, and then potentially, coming back through all these guys. Now, they do have earnings, Wednesday, September 9th. So they're not going to be for a while. I'm not sure if there's some news on this. They're rising as Trump tariffs on drone imports. Interesting, right? So AVAV, this has to do with the drone sector as well. So you can see we have a theme there. UMAC, ARCAT, AVAV. I think DPRO is also going to be in that same thing. And you can see DPRO, it's been a lot higher. So it used to be somebody, up at like 12, 15 bucks. So you're going to see the broadening formations in there, the lower lows here, and then potentially back to these higher highs, albeit it's a little bit weaker than the other ones. If we go to Xena, it's going to look pretty similar to these guys as well. And you can see it used to be somebody a lot higher. So we look at the month. And this is something we look for. You see slightly lower low reclaim. So it reclaims $1.41, trying to go to 13. That might be worth noting, right? You got a lot of distance on that, and that would be a 500% move on stock. Cool stuff. So you can see we have a theme there. I believe EH. Yeah, EH is also in there. I'm actually going to remove that from the list if I can. See? Just because it's a penny stock, normally we're not watching those. And then also in the list is Lunar. It had some earnings yesterday. It went gap down, buy. That's something you look for. Now 3-2 with full time frame continuity. You know, it's been a lot higher, so we'll see if we have any more oomph left in that one today on the gappers. All right. Also gapping, we will see MViz gapping down, which I'm going to remove from the list just because it is a penny stock. It's at the lows, but AMAT. See AMAT in the semis gapping down. So it's going to open pretty much an outside week here. 491.68. So you'll still have like 9 points to try and take that out. And then maybe they keep puking or they can get that gap down buy going. That's going to be in your semis. And you can see on earnings, they did decent. So gapping down on good news. That's normally not good, right? Outside of that, as far as actionable signals going into today, we will see SpaceX inside day. So either side of that can get our attention. It is 2 going 3 month back to 171 potentially. However, this inside day will either confirm or negate that. Ideally, we'd get a 3, right? If we really want to get SpaceX moving, what would be fun is if we tick up in the morning and then go 3, or, you know, maybe we have this 3-2 kick in and they actually explode through it since we have full time frame continuity. If we go to QCOM in the chips, you see inside day here. If that were to kick in above 166, you would trigger the week, which does have pivot machine gun. So that has the chance of getting a lot better if that works. Then eBay will be inside day in your discretionaries. If you go to XLY, you'll see it was also inside day yesterday. And before we, jump too quick, if you look in here, eBay, you can see the slight higher highs on this. You'll see the lower lows. So this inside day happens at the bottom of the broadening formation. It is red on the month, but it is exhaustion risk down here. Then the only other one we've got on the inside day list is AXTI. So either side of that can get our attention. It is a mover, so tends to move. Below this, we'd have about 6% to take out. And above this, we'd have about 5% to take out. Take these guys out at 83.88 or down at 71.61. Outside of that, we have 122 reversal. And this is in your healthcares. And it's going to be right at the open this morning. So LLY, you can see top of that daily broadening formation. And that's going to be opening 2-2-day reversal down back through previous range of these guys. So we'll see what comes of that. If we go to XLV, XLV is closer to the 2-2 back down through here. So you could have the whole healthcare sector kicking in with LLY. I didn't really look too much at the other ones, but we can take a peek. So you can see LLY was 2 up in red, XLV was 2 up in red, mostly due to that weighting, but AVT, MDT, ELV, CVS was 2 up in red, BDX was 2 up in red. So you got the potential to get a good portion of that sector moving if that LLY can start dragging the XLV down, which drags the other guys down. AbbVie also has that as well. So potential for the simultaneous break, we'll have to see, since it's not everyone, if they can start kicking that in this morning. And we're going to take a quick peek at what you guys are saying in the chat. So if you have anything you're watching, we can jump in and take a look and see what it looks like to us on this beautiful Friday. Meta's also inside day. Yes, it is. So inside day would be inside day up back through these guys. And that would occur back in a full time frame continuity above, what, 598, give or take? So you'd have all this to take out up into here, about 22 points. Core weave, yep, gappers. So here's your shooter day. The only thing that's, kind of sucky about this is, or actually, no, it is opening inside. So yeah, you'd hit the bid right here, 105.84. If it breaks that, you'd hit the bid, and then hopefully it just pukes. It should, if that's going to work. Tesla, we would say 2 weeks still good. Coming off the bottom of the broadening formation down in here. So you can see it like this, right? Lower, low, right here, hammer, boom, 2, 2, and it's just gapping up. So could they keep going? Yeah, right? They're going to be another 2. Still inside month, so you're setting that up for next month still. And your level of reclaim is right here, 336.12. So you want to be above that. Netflix back through previous range. Yep. Used to be somebody is what we'd call that. You got the 2 month above that. 7844. It's going to open as inside day. And you'll see just under that weekly target. So just be aware you got short-term exhaustion risk there. So they might see some slight profit taken this morning before it goes. See BSX. Yeah, BSX is a nuts one, right? So you can see, went 2 year back through previous range there at 86. Wham, takes them all out. Then starts recovering a little bit. You got inside month. Nope, 2 month to the upside above that, forcing short covering. I believe that's going to be a 2 going 3/4 then, so potentially outside quarter. Yeah, Frankie Jones is all over the gap list, so we've got that. DLO, let's see. So it's gapping up just a bit. Where's it going? So you got the quarterly going back to 1676. Closer, maybe an inside year and up. Do you know what sector this is? I have no idea. Diagnostics laboratory? No. Here it is. It operates a cross-border payment processing platform that connects global online merchants with local payment methods in emerging markets. Interesting. So single API connection. Emerging markets focus. Very interesting. So it's fintech. And then Affirm. Yeah, you'll have this big here. You can see it on like a 2-day basis. 1, 3. And you'd get a 2 above that. 78.92. Still inside month. But you'd have full time from continuity back through at least these guys, right? 81. So maybe you can take all that out today, and then maybe get a little more on that. And that's last week's high, so you'd cause that 2 on the week here. All right, we got about 9 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just make sure we have our charts loaded up here. So give me a minute. The only other thing I failed to mention was gold and silver, the futures today. You'll see this. So gold 3 goes 2 down. And notice what it did. Slight lower low, right? There's your broadening formation. Wham, ripping back through the previous range with full time frame continuity. So where's gold going today? Up there, right? And do we have every reason to believe that? Well, the month is green, the week is green, the day is green. Yep, we got every reason to believe that. So you're pretty much just finding a way in there if you're going to trade the gold and silver stuff today. But you'll see silver as well. Corrective activity, and then the 2-2 day back up on a Friday. That's good fun stuff because you got kicking patterns in the gold and silver. So I actually want to make sure those hit the list as well. And I really like gold and silver if you didn't know. I would just highly suggest, if you haven't looked at currencies, go see what's going on with the yen and see what the dollar is going to have to do and think about how that's going to affect currency markets. Yeah, Sarah's showing the 12-hour hammer on gold. Yep. And for those that are just tuning in, we are just spending a little time getting the charts all set up because we got some stuff we're watching today. Let me make sure here. All right. All right. So for simultaneous breaks today, you'll have all those drones gapping up, and then gold and silver. Those are like two of the major ones I would want to be watching on the gappers today. And if you're going to be trading those inside days, you just want to see them either, stay 2 or become a 3. So for those of you guys that don't know, for anyone that's just tuning in recently, when it comes to the 3 scenarios, if you're going to be looking at those inside days, which are scrolling across the bottom of the screen, SpaceX, QCOM, eBay, and AXTI, what you just want to remember is a 1, right, eventually becomes 2, right? And that might take multiple bars, or it might happen in 1 bar. Since you have all those inside days, those 1s, those daily scenario 1s, are going to become a 2, right, like this. And they either stay 2, like successful breakout, this is the best looking chart in the world, right, price starts rocketing off, or the 2 reclaims right here the second that starts happening and becomes 3. Those are the 2 options. So if you're going to look at inside days, right, you're going to look for 2s, and if it doesn't stay 2, you flip it short, you become a 3, or vice versa. But for the gappers, what we like to do on the gaps, if we want to trade in the direction of the gap, which on the drones ETF we would like to do that. What we would like to look for is reversal back into that. Now you can see RCAT, it's gonna be 2-2-day up. Drones, it's gonna be 2-2-day up. AVAV, it's gonna be 2-2-day up. Right? UMAC is gonna be inside day up with earnings. And then Lunar, I'm not sure if it's in drones, but it's gapping similarly, so it's here. And KTOS, 3-2-day up. So they're all going to open 2s up on the day, which means they're all going 2. They're unlikely to become 3, or they're nowhere near becoming 3 to go outside day to here. So we'd prefer they stay 2. And what we'd want to look for is any type of signal we can get in there. So we're going to go like this. So for example, right, this is what you look for. So RCAT goes up, goes inside in red. This is corrective activity. Then it goes 2 down and red. This is corrective activity. And then it goes 2 up right here, buy above 1098, you're in, right? That's what we're looking for. We're going to look for that on like a 30-minute, a 60-minute basis. Now, if you're on the gappers, you can also go on like the 5-minute, 15, 3-minute, 1 minute. You can get really tight in there, and you just got to be aware when you're trading those smaller time frames, they can chop you up if they don't continue with the move. But whenever we're looking at this stuff, it's like you look pre-market, everyone's long. So we want to stop some of those guys out first and then try and go for it if we're going to keep following through. But they all look very similar, as you can see, and we will find out what we can get out of those today. And that's going to be on my other screen. So got gold and silver on one screen, those on the other. Got just about a minute till the open here. So you can see eBay, for example, becomes 2 on the day, and then it goes red. So that's potential 3 the second that's red below 104.56 with full time frame continuity. Gold and silver are very close to being kicking patterns on the day. Gold futures are at the highs of the day. Right off the rip, we will see AVAV is going to high day with RCAT going to high day. With Lunar pounding into high day, KTOS had some slight corrective activity and then hammers back. So a lot of those Lunar/drone stocks are ripping to start off. Silver does become a 2 up on the day. So gold miners, JNUG become 2 on the day. Gold becomes 2 on the day. You can see right off the rip, AVAV, RCAT, KTOS, all simultaneous break to the upside. UMAC as well. So they're all simultaneously a 2. And you can see AVAV coming back through previous range up to 222, which is good stuff. Now what we'd want to see is some form of corrective activity. You can see KTOS had it here, hammer, and then it goes. So AVAV, they're just going up right away. We're going to stop some guys out first, ideally. Silver and gold, these look really good. So we got those daily reversals here. Look at this. Anyone short yesterday in silver or gold, they've got to cover above 58.88, above gold highs here, 402, for sure. And they got to do that into full time frame continuity, which makes it worse for them because you've got backup. You see eBay, anytime that's red below this, 104.58, they're coming in. And that's that potential 3 with full time frame continuity. So that should happen as long as it stays down. Sarah was watching Meta. Meta had the inside day up, so you still got this to take out at 604.53. Good, good. Tech to start the morning is gap ups and sell, which puts semis at risk of going shooter day to the downside. And you can see AMAT, this is a good example of, so notice on the gap down, the first thing they do instantly is what? Buy, right? The second that opens up. Why would they do that? Well, look at all the guys that are short. It's like short, 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 gap down, cover my short, bam, slams up to the highs. So you can see that's, that's going to tend to happen. And that's why you can see on AVAV, we don't want to just buy this straight to the highs. You want to let it go down first. Now they're getting stopped out. And that's also why we prefer, gap up and sell. But you can see whoever bought in here reclaims and it goes red. Uh-oh, now they got issues. So the only way this looks good again is if we get reversals back up. Right now, drones, all this stuff, green to red, whoever bought, they're in a losing position. They got to start taking profit. And that reclaims $200 on AVAV. So that's potential outside day here to start off the day. Gold, silver, JNUG, GDX, these are all still good. All still good above yesterday's highs. We want to buy those. I have some gold 404 calls. I filled at about 50 cents. And if those are successful, gold goes to 407 today. Each one of those calls goes from 50 cents to like $3 each. So tell them to get. We want to see gold and silver go. KTOS, or AVAV, reclaims yesterday's highs, potentially going to go outside day on that. KTOS just reclaimed yesterday's highs as well. And that's also a way to execute the gappers. You'll see this is occurring here. Second fibers of the day. They hit the bid on all of these guys. It's coming back through a range. So this is why we don't want to just buy the open, right? We want to let them go down first, or you can hit them short and try and make this happen, which it is. Lunar goes shooter fiver as well right there. So the drones do come back. DPRO, let's see. DPRO. If I mentioned it, it was probably just with the drone stuff because I normally trade the pennies, the penny stocks. And what I want you to see on these drones is now that they've pulled them back in, we can see those broadening formations. Look at RCAT, right? How obvious is that getting now? Triangle down, triangle back up, triangle down right here. So there's your broadening formation, right? They sell, they buy, they get stopped out. So if we were going to try and time this to go the other way, we'd want it to, do something like that. But we need signals. Right now, the 5 minutes just bright red. You can see KTOS, AVAV still at the lows, UMAX still at the lows. So still holding off. Loving the look of gold and silver, so long as they hold yesterday's highs. Silver's new high day, JNUG high day, GDX high day, gold almost high day. While they do that, SPY is closer to going, what, inside 60s down to start off, so they'd rev strat those guys. But you can see 2-2's gold, 2-2 silver, 2-2 gold miner GDX, 2-2 JNUG. Make sure all the indicators are here. And the beauty is we know outside bars exist, right? So we know where it's trying to go. Gold's trying to go 56 points higher to take that out. Today's expiration on gold? Yeah. Corrective activity versus reversal. It's the same thing. It's like saying, like, it's like you get in the boxing ring and you're like, all right, how do I know if this guy punched me or if this guy, you know, punched me? It's like, he punched you. What matters is, do you get back up or not? So we go to drones, right? Is this corrective activity or is this reversal on the daily? It's like, well, if we go to the month, drones is still bright green month. So the daily guys, they're punching, but did they change this? No? Okay. What about the week? Daily guys, they're selling, right? Did they change the weekly? No? Okay. So guess what? The daily guys can throw their little hissy fit, right? But if they just sold everything they had here, what's going to happen? When the buyers come back, whoever sold in here, they threw a punch. We come back and we throw a bigger punch because we have the monthly, weekly groups behind us. Now, I can't confirm if that has to happen, right? Especially not right now. We don't have any signals. But notice they all go inside Fiverr right here. RCAT goes inside. KTOS goes inside. UMAC goes inside. So what we'd want to see is, like, do they reverse? If we go inside and then back up, that would be that monthly, weekly guy potentially coming back, right, after stopping guys out. But for now, still nothing. It's either a short or we're just waiting. Smaller accounts. Gucci. Steve. Yeah, there's no break of structure. It's either a reversal or it's a continuation or it's an inside bar. So there's only 3 things that happen. So my answer is, it's like, let's say you're a monthly guy on gold, right? Inside month, it breaks here, 384.82. That's an inside month up. Is that still good? Yes. So if we go here to the 2 up, 2 down day, is this a reversal? Yes. So is this corrective? Against the month it is, right? Against the week, since the weekly opens here at 397, yeah, that's corrective against the week and month. But is that a reversal? Yes. Anyone who's trying to tell you otherwise, incorrect. Because if you're going to reverse the month, you have to reverse the day first, right? So you can't confirm and say, you know, this has to be corrective when you're looking at these bigger time frames. The only thing you can say has to be corrective is something like this. So if we look at SPY here, month 2 up green, week 2 up green, right? If this is just slightly red here, right, this is nowhere near changing. It's nowhere near reversing the day. So this is probably corrective, right? You're nowhere near reversing. So if you have no reversal against you, this is likely to just be profit taking. Could still stop guys out, but you're just nowhere near changing this. And that's why we want long red and green bars. Like look at energies, right? Energies last week, when this went 2 down weak and red, was this anywhere near taking last month's lows and reversing? No. So this week we come in, when we buy that, boom, goes flying. Because these guys who shorted in the energies had no idea, right? We're nowhere near reversing this. So they get demolished because that buyer is more aggressive. And if you watched our weekend video, we gave you OIH right here, this inside week, boom, right, gone. So if you look at OIH, was this corrective on the day? Yeah, right? The week was still green, the month was still green. Then it reversed down, that was a reversal. But then today it reverses back up right there, 413.73 buy, gone. Tell them to get. You got a slob, right? Same thing. You got a HAL. Right, 2-2 back in there. So OIH still going from our weekend vid, which is good stuff. You get it? Yeah. And it's always about what you know is true. It's like, we know this monthly on SPY, bright green. It's like, if you bought it last week off the weekly break and then it took the month up, you don't want to get out of that thing because it's bright green. You're nowhere near coming back to your entries. So as long as that's true and you're not getting stopped out of that, doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything. For now, silver 222, still working on it. Gold, you had some slight 2 down fibers, so you might get some hammer fibers back up in gold. For now in the drones, you got some inside fibers. You'll see KTOS inside fiber down, right? So that daily guy still selling here. Second 15ers of the day are opening up. So it's closer to 2215 down. UMAC on the gap list, 225er up, but you go inside 15 here, stuck in the middle of this. So just be aware of that. But you can see this is what we mean. 2-2 down, so let them sell it down, then try and hit it here with a nice tight stop of, you know, like 10 cents. Because if that works, and actually it'd be like 26 cents just because of the spread here. But if that works, then you're in to the big gap up. The month is green, the week is still green. And that would get you in, letting it go down first and then go back up. You can see SPY red to green move. So notice down, corrective, 225er here changes the day back to green. So now day green, intraday 60 goes green, week green, month green. At this point, we want to see that go if that's gonna above that daily open. For now, they're still inside day though, so we gotta be aware of that. Tech is still inside day as well. So right now, energies are following through from the weekend video. OIH is following through and takes out all its targets here. So target 1, target 2, target 3 takes them out. Gold and tech cooperate. It kind of just depends on the market that you're looking at. You can see LOI from our watch list at the bottom here is the only pivot machine gun down we had. They're getting demolished today. You can see LOI, they go down, you wait, 3, that was outside bar, and then inside, and then down they go, letting it go green here first. But potential outside week LOI to take out 1109 today. So you've got distance, you just need to find fiver in there, but they're really pounding them off our watch list as getting killed. SpaceX went inside day down as well, so you can see the 1 became a 2 down today with a magnitude to 134.01 SpaceX. QCOM did become 2 up day by a few pennies here. But does it stay 2, right? For now, they trigger and then they come back. So we're going to have to find out. Gold, we do see some profit taking going on. So they might stop some guys out, and we'll see if they get some new reversals back up. eBay gets stuck inside 15, so we'll see if that sets up. Then AXTI goes inside 15 on the daily inside bar watch list as well. But it's closer to becoming a 2, that daily magnitude higher. So right now, if we look at gold, every time frame, day, week, month is green, quarter's green as well. So we'd like to see this as corrective and then get some reversals back to the upside. Same with silver. It's like QCOM re-breaks the day. Morning triangle. It's just it's a phenomenon that's going to happen. So in the morning, you want the triangle because that's the only true way you can gauge magnitude and manage your risk. So if we go back to RCAT, for example, the good morning triangle would be this, right? They go up, there's your highs, here's your lows, and it goes inside and then it reverses. So if it was going to make higher highs, it'd be up in here off that. Now, this break up, it didn't really go anywhere, so it might go reversal down again to try and take these guys out. They'd keep them coming in. I don't seem worried about gold because my stops are tight. I'm still up 21%. What most traders do is they get in and then they put their stop at low or yesterday's lows, and then they're like, "Oh, I stopped out and lost all my money." No, you don't want to do that. We get in, it goes up, and we're like, "All right, let's see if it keeps going." It should, if we're right, and if it doesn't, it stops us out. That's okay. We just set up again. Because if we go to OIH, this happens. This is all that price does. Look at this. So it's going up, then it goes down, stops everyone out, and then it goes again. So what do? You buy it in here. If it stops you out, so be it. Sets up again, get back in, make all your money back, and then some. If you start freaking out and widening your stop, you just make it way worse for you. Because what happens is this. To fix your trading, this is what happens, right? These are the ways you're going to lose, but this is what people do, and this is why the strap may not be working for you if you're doing it. But you get in, you have a tight stop, right? You get stopped out. And then you get in again, you're like, well, I don't want to get stopped out this time. I loosen my stop, put it a little wider. It's too tight. I got to loosen it, right? And then that gets stopped out. Then all of a sudden you can see this broadening formation forming, right? And then you said, I'm not using a stop. That's just dumb. I'm not stopping out of this. And then you get an even bigger one, right? And then you get completely demolished. And it's because this price action, it's testing both sides. That's what it does. So your losers tend to get bigger and your winners tend to get bigger, but most people they'll tend to hold their loser and exit the winner versus get out of the loser ASAP and hold the winner. Right now, a lot of the drones are inside 15ers. Silver, you can see is setting up the fiver. So what do they do, right? They buy, stop them out, tight stop guys, and then 225er, they would buy again. They'd take them back up into here again. We'll see. Gold is still not really setting up yet. So 2, 2, 2, still bringing them in. OIH is just such a beauty from this weekend vid. Good, fun stuff. All right. We got about 8 minutes until we get the new 60s opening up. Or not new 60s, new 30s, my bad. So we'll see if we get some 15ers on those drone stocks. There's a lot of inside bars on drones. So we will see what can come of that. So we look at gold right now, right? Buy initially, comes back, stop out. That's okay. Now silver's still holding. So you can see it. You'd stop out of gold, but you don't have to stop out of silver if you're taking that too. Silver, gold miners and stuff also are still holding. Now what we'd want to see is the good morning triangle, right? Goes up, then triangle like this, stopping these guys out, and then set up again with new fibers or some type of new actionable signal for us to play off of. SPY is still just inside day doing nothing. Q's is doing nothing. Dow Jones is a good bit firmer with IWM, small caps. AVAV, they're 15ers down. So drones right now, we got AVAV and KTOS still taking out the lows. Drones ETF is still closer to it. So for now, there's still gap up and selling there. Gold goes, 10 cents under the morning low? See if that's enough, stopping them now, or if they want to do some more. Sorry if that scared anyone. Scanner's a little bit loud. Energies are just leading the market still. See US oil. US oil isn't really budging, but the energy market or energy sector is altogether. You got some inside fibers, LLY. If that's going to keep pounding them, you'd have maybe a rev strat set up in there or a double inside. AXTI, you can see above 80.87. They did take out their magnitude at 83.88 to the penny, and now we would call that exhaustion risk. Either that stays up there, or you get reversals back the other way on that new 30 that's coming. eBay still slight. I think it's like 1 penny. Yeah. What? Weird. Thought eBay did take that out. It might have been a false tick. I guess eBay. Oh, I guess on the 15 it took it out, but on the day it didn't. Weird charting software stuff. You can see AXTI after hitting that target, they are coming back in. So maybe they go outside day. That's possible. The week is still red in here. They'd have to reclaim 80.87, and then maybe get that outside day. Let's see. Silver does go fivers back up. Gold, after slight lower lows, they're still reclaiming it. If we look at the US dollar, it's still inside month down. And I like gold as an investment today since we have those kickers. You know, it's good for intraday trading today. But if you don't know, the dollar, the dollar looks like it's going to get pounded. And a lot of that has to do with the Japanese yen and what's going on there. And gold is already up, you know, I don't even know how many percent on the month, but it's already up a good bit. The gold futures, there it is, 225ers back up. So you can see, right? They buy, stop them out, 225er, we get in, it goes instantaneously, and then tight stop it, it shouldn't come back. Why? Because of what we know is true. They're buying gold this month. They're buying it this week. They're buying it today. And then if they're going to buy it right now, back through all these guys' stops, it should go instantly and not come back. That's why we use tight stops and we're not scared when it comes back on us. You just get out, you get back in. Silver, pounding high day. Gold, it's almost back to high day already. It's been 30 seconds. Isn't that good to know about? And now my options just went another 40% higher in literally a minute. And those are those algorithms that we always discuss and teach on kicking in. On the gappers, KTOS goes 222 15er or 322 if you're using extended hours. RCAT goes inside 15er up. So your drone stuff, that's triangle layout and then back up. Then lunar, you got the inside 15 momentum, which maybe kicks in, maybe doesn't. We'll see. But we got some of the drones firming up, gold and silver off those fiver triangle layouts. We'll see if that stays. IWM still very, very firm, full time frame continuity. And semis and tech, still just really not seeing much from them. Energies, they're just pounding energies. And they're not at all-time highs yet, so they still got a ways to go. And that's all from our weekend video. So this is stuff we got Monday and Tuesday if you're in the energy sector. Or yesterday, if you were tuned in with us. AVAV takes the 15ers up as well, with UMAC taking them up. So UMAC, and this is what we call simultaneous break. You'll see it here. But you see UMAC takes them up, KTOS, RCAT takes them up, drones takes them up. So you got them all going, which is what we want to see. Now, can it stay that way? We don't want that to change. The only issue we've got today is since they really pounded them in the morning, and when that's happening, notice they go inside 30. So You just got to be aware, you know, these could tighten up and then you might get mother bar issues all morning. So if this doesn't work, they might get stuck. And that's not what we want. You can see SpaceX still pounding away on the second 30s of the day off our inside day list. They're down 2%, and red gets redder. So we want to see this thing get redder today. Now, does that mean short it into low a day? No, right? You would have shorted it and executed on the break of 139.76, the tight stop. And if you did that, it went instantly. Or you would have used the 225er here to cause that to happen, since you know a 1 becomes a 2. Now, what you'd want to see is some corrective activity first before trying to hit that. They're going to keep on pounding away, and we'll see. AXTI, they go inside 30, so they get a little bit stuck there. Meta goes inside 30, gets a little stuck there as well. With energies ripping so hard, I'm surprised they're not selling airlines. I guess oil's not really kicking in yet, so kind of makes sense. That buyer came back on gold. They start pounding again. See if they can really get moving. That's beauty. You can see in KTOS how that 2215 above this kicks in right away, right? And this is why you want to let it go down, because these guys get short, everyone's short, stop these guys out. And then when it firms up, everyone's like, oh no, I stopped out, I gotta get back in. They start racing in, anyone's short, I gotta get out. And they start getting out. It just helps everything get better, if you're right. All right, go to UMAC, same thing. So they're trying to change that day to green. The only thing is we got this mother bar issue. And we call this an issue because we're nowhere near taking out high day. So they got to go, right? We don't want to see them come back. SPY, momentum hammer 30 into full time frame continuity with the inside 60 up. So up and away SPY goes. And Q's is lagging behind, but they're working on that as well. So Q's and SPY are staying firm. With IWM, closer to 3230s up, full time frame continuity. So you got index help. SNDK and MU, they're leading the semis still. They had some nice inside 15s you can see in here. So they gap them up, let them sell first, and then inside, and then they keep going. That's good stuff. Beauty. GDX a new high day, yeah. And you can see, right? They buy, stop them out, right back in. There's your target. Once it hits high day, then you don't know. And that's why we do that, because once you hit high day, anyone that was short in here, they're stopped out. Right? They had their stops where they got in or against the high day. So once it takes it out, no idea. Either the buyer steps up and they're willing to pay up above 90, 95, and that's what we want to see, or they're not. We go to gold on the oneers, you can see reversal, boom, slightly stop them out, boom, slightly stop them out here, trying to go boom again. MP is getting, that was on our weekend video too. Yeah, look at that, 3-2 day, and that was on Sarah's list. Boom. And you can see this one did gap, so it makes it a little trickier to get in there. But all you need is this, one red bar, right? The red bar in here, the 2-2, and that didn't work. So it stops you out, that's fine. 2-2 again, that works. And 2-2's in here, right? You get a lot of different ways to try and hop in that. But this looks really nice, and this was something I posted on Twitter. So you can see how we had that 2-2 week in here, and then the 2 up again, it's still trying to go to 80. So if it's trying to go to 80, right, slight lower low on the 1 minute, you could go after it right there. You just got to find a way in with a tight stop. If we go to drones right now, they did pop up, but they did not stay. So you can see KTOS, they did pop them up, but notice they're nowhere near taking this out. So because of this inside 30, makes it a little trickier to take that out. So do they confirm or negate, right? If they go 2 up, 2 down 15, they would have a target to take out low a day, which would cause that 30 to break down, which it's a little closer to doing. So didn't work on the upside, get out of that. See if it sets up on the downside to break here. You might get an outside day. You see AVAV went 4 cents up, reclaimed. The second that happens, it's trying to take this out. So they're not able to firm up those drones. Still a lot of inside 30s, but nowhere near taking out those warning highs. And on the inside day list, I didn't get to mention it, but QCOM, you can see they went inside 15 here, and then they reversed, changing that day. So 2 going 3 day in QCOM potentially. We'll see. SpaceX had some slight triangle layout. You can see on the 5-er, so 2 down, 2 up. That stops some guys out. See if it goes 2, 2, 2 and keeps going. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Gold is inside 5-er, inside 15, inside 30 right now. So might get a little tighter in there. We'll see if it sets up again to break those 30s, second 60 of the day. Got about 20 minutes until then. And let's update the Twitters. A lot of the Bitcoin miners go 3 130s, potentially could go full time frame continuity down on the flip of the next 60s. Gold goes outside 5-er. So you get a new little broadening formation in there, still inside 1530s. Silver's going to the highs. So silver's a little bit firmer than gold today. Sarah, what do you think about when you're looking at, so like Meta's obviously inside 30, right? But you have the day in force. So when you have that 15 up, do you expect that that's going to work and take that out? Or do you think it's going to be like 2, 2, 2 and take a little bit? All right, in about a minute here, gold, you'll see the inside 15. Silver's already going up. You see it when inside 15, bam, right? Up they go. If we go to the miners, gold miners did the same inside 15 and up. So we'll see if gold can confirm that in about a minute. Drones ETF names, they're still pretty weak besides Lunar, which I don't know if it's a drone, but you'll see it has the 15 and up, but still inside of this stuff. So kind of having the same issues being inside bar there. If volatility's high, yeah, that makes complete sense. All right. Well, we got about 15 minutes to the second 60s of the day. So let's see what we got. So we can see two's down on the 60s. You had some financials, hack ETF. Wow. Semis went 2 down, but notice semis are closer to reversing back up, right? Healthcares did go 2 down with LLY, but they're closer to reversing back up. Biotechs went 2 down. Maybe they reverse back up. We'll see. If we lock this in, we can see healthcares have the inside 30 if they're going to cause that 60 reverse. Biotechs, let's see, inside 30 as well. And semis do not have a 30 signal. That tells us we can go into those semis. See if they're setting up anything interesting here. So you can see AVGO got destroyed. It took the day down. Oops. There it is. AMAT's going to be close to reversing. MCHP would be close to reversing. So a little bit of setups in there, right? MCHP probably looks the most fun, just so you have the most guys to take out. The healthcares. We got tons of inside 30s in the healthcares this morning. Now, since XLV is 2 down, we'd prefer to go in that direction. However, most of these healthcare names are inside on the day. Not too much here. SPY's still inside day. Hughes is a 2, but red. Dow is inside day. And IWM, although it's really green, still an inside day. So that does, give us a little bit of pause to be like, hey, want to slow down maybe just a little bit. As we come closer to the second 60s, we'll see, do we get the 2260 SPY? Maybe stop some of these guys out. Qs will be, a little closer to 2260 as well. So we'll see. We got a lot of inside days. And it looks like energies are still the leader. At least as far as this week's concerned. So we'll have the gold and silver setting up to the flip. And we want to see if we can find anything else that's of interest. So let's try and find them. USAR had the inside day yesterday, so you can see they're really pounding along here this morning. CRML, so these are your rare earths with MP. So we could say that is a theme, right? Looks like a lot of robotics are down. Hacky TF, FTNT's down. PNW's down. So it does look like as we get closer to the new 60s, healthcares, they're still hammering those guys, firming them up. So you'll see we have that inside 30 setting up in the healthcare still. So you'll have what, TMO back through previous range. You will have the potential for MRK, which is going directly to the highs. Guild, which is going directly to the highs. J&J, which is going directly to the highs. And that's not what we prefer, just because you just have less to target. Maybe they keep going today. But see if we can find anything else that's interesting. Drones will have that potential 2260 just because they're pretty red this morning. Yeah, turn off extended hours and see what that's going to look like across those guys. Yeah, so in drones, you had a lot of, a little closer to 2260s or 3260s, a lot of inside 30s. So RCAT inside 30, AVAV inside 30, KTOS inside 30, UMAC inside 30, and then Lunar, which I don't know if it counts for drones, but they're moving similar. So we'll have a ton of inside 30s on the gap list there. And then we can see, energy, solars, energy, utilities, small cappers leading to start off the morning. If we look at gold, you can see so far, slight lower low here, and then they come back to buy more, and then we go inside 5, which goes inside 15, inside 30. So this broadening formation, you can see how that restarts. It goes higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, lower lows, and it's trying to go back to those highs again. So we're going to set up about 6 minutes from now, hopefully that inside 30 to get them pounding away. Good morning, all. Good morning. Tesla back into the daily gap. Yeah, look at that. So you can see Tesla's. They go directly into the recent highs, and notice we have no one to stop out. So 2215 down, we might stop out these guys, right? Anyone long in here. And that happens because of the second 30 of the day, the change in continuity at 349, bringing them in. So you might get a shooter 60, and you can see it's like buy, 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 and then potentially reversal on that second hour of the day. Now, what would help that? SPY coming in would help that, right? And so far, SPY, you can see they took out the morning highs, still inside day. So we go in here. Sarah, wouldn't that be nuts if that kicked into the downside? All this stuff. I doubt it, but you can see goes right into the highs as momentum, still inside day. And it didn't go. So there's some type of selling there. Then it goes 3. And now here's this broadening formation restarting during the inside day. Sorry if those noises are loud. I tried to turn down the volume. I don't know if it might have just not saved. I love the sound, though. Gold, 5ers back up. Silver almost high a day. So you got the 15ers up in gold. 15ers reconfirmed silver. So the buyers came back to get more in silver. Yep. Good stuff. Really like Google for the potential. Yeah, I like Google too. This is from our weekend video. You got that 2-2 week. And you'll see it goes up. And then look at that. Shooter. That's good stuff. And you know what? I want to take a look, and I just want to see if this is working properly. So we got weekly sell list, continuation off. And we'll go 60 setup. Yeah, Google shows up there. Beautiful. Look at that. So you can see weekly sell list, no continuations. We got shooter Google. Let's go failed to. Failed to an American Airlines. Nice. Amazon went outside 60. Cool. Just nailing it. Beautiful. Trying to reach top of the broadening line. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see this morning, right? They triangle layout, stop them out here. 3, 2, 2, 1. So it hasn't negated its uptrend, goes inside bar. So on the flip, you want to see, does that go inside up, trying to take yesterday's highs out? Or does that go inside down, profit taking of these guys, whoever bought in the morning? You can see energies inside 15 at the highs. XLE, XOP, OIH, they're all just pounding away. Getting. I'm sorry, I probably should have mentioned to you guys that we had that for those just hopping in from Friday. But if you are watching our weekend videos, and our Monday night video, we told you. You definitely knew about that. All right, hide reply. And what I want to show you is, as we come into the flip, we got a few minutes. We'll see. So in the weekend video, we talked about OIH because Coil, all the OIH names were inside week, 56% of the sector, which showed you 56% of OIH is about to become a 2 next week. Showed you what they're going to do. So on Monday, at the open on Monday, every single one broke to the upside. That's all the algorithms kicking in, becoming a 2. So you can see these are all the reversals and the inside bars up. in OIH, and they were up, this much on Monday. So if we come in here now and we look towards the end of the week, who's leading the market? OIH, top of the list. 10%, 9%, 4%, 4, 9, 4, 8. How many winners do you need, right? You go to energies, top of the list, right? Then we got some communications in here, leading them higher. And then on the downside, it's all those airlines, which is why American Airlines, this shooter 60 here, becomes important if we take that out. 1498 for you smaller account guys coming into the flip. And then maybe Alaska Airlines, you got the inside 30. It's already at the lows, though. You can see in gold how this triangle is just getting bigger. And test them up, test them down, test them up, test them down. Now, when it reclaims that, it's at risk of taking that out, but we have the flip coming in a minute. So hopefully on the flip, we can firm that up. Try and go back up. If not, they may triangle they out again, right? Stopping them out again. Then we'll have to see if we can reclaim that and try and go back in direction of full time frame continuity again. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Here's the new flip. So SPY goes 3, and then right away it goes inside bar on the 60s. Does it go 3-2? Because if it goes 3-2, you might actually be able to get outside of this inside day here by pivot machine gun these guys. So below this, if you're a SPY trader, you could be watching that. Qs is closer to a 3-2 as well, and that could cause issues if we stay below that. Tech and semis, they're closer to the morning lows as well. So right away, SPY goes 3-2, that's an issue. They're doing it right on the flip. So you can see they initially sell down. Now, if that stays down, they've got further pivots that they could take out. They're still inside day, though. So what that means is since we have this green week, green month, right, you're nowhere near reversing the day. Now, it could if it stayed down there. But if they reclaim it, the other side of the 3's up there. So it's got to be below that if that's going to actually kick in. That's 7, 7, 7, 13. For now, if we go to gold, and see how gold's not taking out the morning lows, this means we can stay long gold, or anyone long this morning could stay long gold because we're not taking them out. So hopefully it stays that way. We'd like to make some higher lows and hopefully break out of that. That would be the hope. Energies right away, 2 up again on the 60s. They're still buying energies. They came back to buy more across the board, all the energies. If we look at IWM, you can see IWM is not taking out those morning lows either. So anyone long IWM this morning gets to stay in there. MP, USAR, CRML, those all stay up at the highs still. USAR and MP are a little bit more firm. We go to SpaceX, inside day down, still true. And we got all this to take out down in here still. So on the second 60 of the day, those algorithms, they're still being told to sell SpaceX. And if that works, and we take out that 134 daily magnitude below 139.76, that's going to change the week. So anyone that was buying this week goes into a losing position. And then it sets up, since it's Friday, it sets up for next week the reversal to go back to all-time lows at 104. So this inside day is going to be good if you're short, hopefully for next week, to go all the way back down here. And you want to think in those terms because big winners are how you make money. You don't make money by making $2. You make money by being right on this whole move, ideally. And you can see that daily broadening formation there. Pretty clear. There's a 225er right there. It's only got a minute left, but SpaceX starts to bring them in a little bit. AXTI. You can see they're still holding 80.87, so that daily signal is still holding true. And they're right at their target, so they're still firm off the inside day list from pre-market. QCOM. You can see it did go inside day up. It's conflicted with the week, slightly red here. Still a doji day, but they go inside down and then reclaim. So potentially they would go outside 30. For now, semis, you're not going to have much help, so I'd prefer to just shy away from that. If we go to gold, you can see how that broadening formation has gotten bigger. And you'll see, right? Test the highs, test the lows, test the highs, test the lows, and they just repeat, repeat, repeat. So now, can we go lower low and then reclaim again and try and get out of it? For now, on the second 60s, tech goes inside 60, so they firm up for now in the tech. Semis is inside 60 as well, so they're firm for now there. SPY is still 3-2 down. Then Q's slight 2 down, but it reclaims, goes inside fiber. And since threes are broadening formations, you can draw it out like this on Q's. And you can see this is the size of the current price discovery, right? They test the highs, then they test the lows. So they test the lows, unless they can get out of that, they're either going back to test the highs or they're breaking down, right? For now, they're inside 5, but you can see the price discovery in here. Higher high, lower low, higher high, and lower lows here. LLY is inside 30 down, confirming the daily reversal, confirming that 2 going 3 week. So LLY below $1,179. They're still weak. All the drones go inside 60. So we can see our cat, for example, it goes inside 15. And then that inside 15 turns into inside 30 here. And that inside 30 turns into inside 60. And you can see how that consolidation is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, longer and longer. So we're going to hold off on that, right? We don't want to get chopped up in the middle. You say AMAT pretty much did the same thing. Went inside 30. Then it's inside 60. And they could be in there all day. So we don't want to stick around there. If we go to SPY, you can see it goes 2, but then it comes back in. So this 3 is those levels of reclaim. Q's is doing the same thing for now. All the energy ETFs are still at high of day. I think those are kind of the main ones that even are confirming. So you can see XOP, OIH, and some solars at the top. XOP is the leader here. And that's all that we see going 2 up right now. 2 down, you have some Dow Jones, you have a little bit of a discretionary. So Apple and Visa and Google. So maybe Apple, Google could be of interest. Let's take a look. Apple's still inside month, inside week. Well, mother bar problems on the week, but it is a 2 down week. 2 going 3 day with the 2260 below this, 304.77. So it's red on the week. Red, you got full time frame continuity. Is that going to be weak enough to below that? Let's see Google. So Google did trigger the shooter 60. That should have just puked. Now they could triangle they out, right? Some slight higher highs on the oneer and bring them back down. We'll see. But if we look at Google, that 60 broke, hit its target, and then we ideally wanted to see it go all the way through these guys, but they hit its target, and then that was it. That was all the puke they had. Why does gold seem like a shorting opportunity? Well, I'm under the impression, or the conviction, that seems like is not a valid form of analysis. I'd be like, your mom seems like your dad, and you'd be like, it's still my mom, right? Same way. There's buys and there's sells. So there's no in-betweens. The only thing that could maybe be in between would be like an inside bar, but it's a nothing as far as we're concerned. So you look at gold. The only way that's a shorting opportunity is if it's below that daily open. If that day is 2 up in red, then you could say, well, maybe today it's a short. This week it's not, right? This month it's not, but maybe if that was red, today it would be. It's the only way you could say that's an opportunity. Or you could say, well, it's reclaiming this previous high, so it's an opportunity where that could change the day. But just the fact that it's going up this month and it's a simultaneous break with gold, silver, JNUG, GDX, we would prefer to go in the upward direction, because if it's already up, 5%, we still have half the month left from that monthly trigger. It could easily be up 10, 15, 20%. Right? We'll see. But you also have the dollar, which is getting puked on, and it has the opposite. It's going down. So it's like we have way more evidence to say we want gold up than down. Now, it doesn't mean it has to go right now, right? The way you want to time it is we want to triangle they out and reclaim. So if we make another slight lower low, right, we get consolidation, chop them up. There's that new broadening formation, as you can see, forming there. Stop them out, right? Broadening formation gets bigger and then start coming back through. That's what we'd at least like to see if things are just slow. But LLY on the inside 30 down, puke. Give us a new low a day. That's coming right from your watch list on the bottom of the screen. It's the only short setup we had today. SpaceX, puke. Still at the lows. eBay is still 2 up in red day, so they're working on it below that daily open. It's just slow. Then QCOM, you can see chopping them up inside 60, doing nothing. What is that sound? One sec. So if we take a little peek at gold, right? You're going to see how this formation, they went inside 30s, getting stuck in the middle, up, down, up, reclaim, down. That would have been your short opportunity to take that out. Because now that day flips red, and now you could say today, right? Technically, you have the evidence to be a guy that's short. But it would have to stay down below all that. Now, if we look, you've got some distance, right, to close this gap here. So, does it stay down there, or do we just reclaim? Oops. So if we do this, we have slight lower lows here. That's the bottom of your formation forming there. So what you'd say is this is your broadening support. If you could close out and get below that, then you could say maybe you got some further problems because you're starting to leave the range. But if they just tick down a little bit and start coming back in, right? We want to test the other side. For now, SPY, they're still 3-2 down 60, so you can see it's still below that 60 open. They're still having some issues here, but inside day. Qs is Doji doing not much. Dow is inside, 60 inside day. And IWM goes 3-2, comes back in. So it's a lot of conflicted stuff here. Energies are still at the highs. XOP another high day. Yeah, healthcare's reconfirming the sell, reclaiming last week's high. So it's going to cause some issues in healthcare's, and we know LLY is the short. If we go in there, we might see some other ones that we briefly mentioned. Go LLY here on the day. You see XLV had that reversal down. What, IDXX coming in, BSX coming in, LLY. ABV had the 2-2 day down, so you still have all this to come back through, back to 241.27. And the reason that you'd want to know about that is you can see the evidence, right? We got the monthly. Technically, the weekly should be shown up here too. So it's weird that it's not. We have the month. And you see month red. Yeah, the week is green, so that makes sense. But the monthly, daily, 60-minute sellers in here. And if you look, you have this reclaim of 249.94 to take out 241. So ABV today, if you get additional signals, right, you got all these guys to come back through. 241 would be that magnitude with LLY. And if we look at LLY, you see they have that daily reversal, and then they're coming back through all these guys. So some pretty interesting stuff in the healthcares to start the morning. We'll see if that can get, better for us. If we go take a look, you can see not all of them are puking. So if we go to those 60s, UNH is still firm. TMO is still firm, closer to firming back up. CVS is still firm. So it's not everyone, but it is a good majority, I would say, is being sold off here. So we'll see if that gets any worse. So if we look at the 30s, you can see healthcare's is, you got probably 2/3 breaking down right now. XOP got almost everything breaking up. Right now, gold, you can see, is still holding below that morning low. So this is 2 up, 2 down, 60, changing that day still. So unless that day can go green, this is still an issue. And you can see, so this would be your broadening support. They tested it here, and they tested it here, and then they lost support, getting below that 402. You can see Google at this point is just chopping them up, mother bar fiver. So although we have that nice shooter 60, we would like to see this kick in. They're chopping them up right in the middle here. So how are we going to get out of that? See what the futures are looking like. Just like SPY, you got this inside day, chopping them up. Now, within that inside day, you're going to have a broadening formation. So you can see I got really tight in here. And then it got a little bigger. So, we have the potential to come back through that. But how much range is it? What, 20 points? That's kind of like the minimum necessary if you're going to be trading the futures is about 20 points. So maybe. We're still selling off the VIX, so that's not going to help us out. In the drones, UMAC did take the 30s up, but we only got 11 minutes left, so I don't know if it's taken out that high in 11 minutes. We'll have to see. But we did see RCAT break the 30s up too, so we got some of the drones that they're going after, which is on our gap list. LLY did firm up a little bit, so it's still inside 60. The 30 did break down, did puke a little bit, but it's got to stay below that, 179. Google did re-break the 60s down. And you see the fiber did kick in, so we'll see. Maybe get this sideways tenor Google below 343.61 to cause that 60 to start following through. You might have that same chance on Apple, but it goes inside fiber, so don't got anything. Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. But SPY is still chopping them up in here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are stuck inside of 1 5-minute bar. So they're stuck right here in the middle. Maybe Google can give you, to break this stuff down. Currently, it's inside 15. If you look at gold right now, they're still right at low a day. So still below all this. What we'd like to see is, because we're 2 on the week, 2 on the month, 2 up on the day, we'd like to reclaim that and go the other way. Just because we prefer the bigger move to be to the upside in that direction of the continuity. But now, since they're below all this, we'd have to reclaim all that back above like 402. So we'll wait and see. LLY did take the 30s down, but they came back, so stuck. Now it goes inside 60. How are we going to get out of that now? So right now, if we just look by sector, you can see it. As far as the number of 2s are concerned, you got 4 in XOP, you got 6 in discretionary, and you can see 6 names here. Look at all the ones that are inside. So this is why it's kind of an issue now, and everything's starting to get really tight, because you don't have a lot of 2s. And as far as we know, the market has to trade in the direction of the most 2s, because if you have everything 2 up, the whole market's going up for sure. So when we look in here, we got 342 inside bars, right? So it says inside heavy, small tallies, unreliable read. So we have this slight bearish bias, right? Mostly because SPY is 2 down, and we got some of those 2s down in there with it. But it doesn't really change anything, right? If we go to today, you got 215 2s up, 145 2s down. And this is just in my small universe, about 300 stocks we track. And then 120 inside. So it's almost like, you got half the market down / sideways, half the market going up as far as we track. If we look at this by sector weight or by, market cap weight, about 50% of the market's still going up. So it's not like the market's, crashing or reversing in a big way, right? It's just some profit taking going on. Now in there, you can see all the energies, right? This is the definitive buy because all of them, every single one of them is going up. So if we look at the daily, you can see evidence. All the twos are green. There's not a single one going down. XLE, right? Every single one besides one name. And whoever that one name is, they're probably getting destroyed. And XOP, right? Every single one. So you can see algorithms are told to buy the energies today. A little bit of metals and mining on the gap up. And then the rest is a lot more conflicted. And if you see gold here, right? You can see on a daily basis, I'm not sure if it's showing that. It's not. But on a daily basis, gold, silver, GDX, JNUG, silver, juniors, silver. Do you see how they're all twos up? This is why we'd prefer go in that direction, because this is the evidence that we have. And that's not to say the market has to do that just because they're all two up today. But if the buyers are willing to pay 403 today, then the sellers sell it down to 401. What happens when the sellers are done selling, right? The buyers might be willing to pay back up there. So we have the chance to get this, what we would consider mother bar reclaim going on. If we can just get back above these lows here, and it's currently what, inside fiber. So maybe the inside fiber here can try and kick us back into that range. But that's what we want. Silver right now would be stronger. You can see it's not taking out the morning lows, so it has to be stronger. Energies, if you're watching those guys, here's your triangle layout. Slight lower lows on the fiber right there. Stopped them out. And if they're going to keep going today, that's an option on the fibers. XOP stops some guys out. OIH stops some guys out, although it's very illiquid here. I cut Tesla. This is dope. Thanks. I cut Tesla when they went in the money at 345. When did you cut it? Cut it when it went 345. Yeah. So the reason you did that, and I'm not even gonna say that was wrong, but it's because you're getting out while it's going up, which if you're in 0 DTEs or like it expires today, right? I'm never going to tell you can't do that. But how you would have gotten more out of this is once it hits 345, what you have to know is when that's happening and how long you've got. So at the open, the new 30 opens, new 60 opens, the new day opens. So we have the first 30 of the day, the first 15 of the day, and then the second 15, the second 30, etc. And what we say is those algorithms, they're told to buy, right? It hits 345 and it's gunning. You're like, wow, those algorithms are really buying. So what you want to see is, do they keep doing that? So when it hits 345, this 15 isn't even closed out yet. You still have at least until the end of that 15er, and it closes higher. And then you'll see the next bar opens. There was some profit taking. So if you just waited to here and then the second this ticks red, or the second that closed, just get out, you'd have been able to get some more off of that. And the same thing on the 30, like this, right? All the way up in here, closes out, it keeps going, and then the second it starts coming back in, you just get the heck out. That's how you could squeeze a little bit more out of it. And that's just continuity. Like when stuff happens matters. And obviously, everyone's going to do it a little different. But what we say is green gets greener. Like yesterday on SPY here, You see this bar, how it went 774, then 75, then 76, then 70. Once it's really green like this, and it's nowhere near changing that open, we want to normally give them until the end of that, if we can. Now, in this case, you can see this one went the full hour right on the flip. That's when everything changed. Then you flip it short, is what we gave everyone this yesterday. So you had rip them up. There's an inside fiver right in here, and it's like, boom. And then 2-2-10er right there on the new 60. Wham, right? Brings them all the way back in. That being said, SPY is still 3-2 down 60 here, so they're still trying to puke back through these guys and are right at low a day. If we go to Google, you got the inside 15 in 28 seconds here. If that can break down, we still have a half hour on the 60 signal, and Google's coming back through all this. So that is of interest to us. Right here, Google, inside 15 down. For now, SPY is still inside day. Q's is, 2 up in red. Still right at the bottom of the triangle, so we do get a little help from there. Gold does firm up by going inside 15 and green, so they could reclaim on gold. You might have like a sideways tenor in there. But that's right on the new 30 gold, so that matters when that's happening. They go sideways tenors up. So we'll see if gold's strong enough to start reclaiming it. But we have a question here from Kaizen. And Kaizen's question is, how do we know beforehand it's going to work? We don't. We just know where we have the good odds that if it does work, it will keep going. And the best way to think about this is, so we go to gold, right? We mentioned we had that sideways tenor right here. So what do we know? They sold here, then they came back to sell more here. Who's they? Anyone that sold there. They did that. How do you know? It went down. So when it goes inside and then it breaks up here, 40202, what do they have to do? They have got to cover their short. When do they have to start doing it? The second you buy, right there. And then if that works, what do we mean by if that works? If that doesn't come back, if it breaks and it just starts going, where's it going? It's trying to go up there. So if this works and it starts going like this, see how it's nice and green? Green should get greener. Why? Because whoever's short in here, they have to start covering. The higher this goes, the more they're forced to cover, which means we're forcing them to buy. And that's how you can know it should work. It's like they're short, so when this reverses, it should go. They've got to buy. You ever been in a trade where you sell it here, and then it starts coming back up on you, and you're like, oh no, I'm going to have to get out. I'm going to have to get out. And it blows up, right? That's because anyone in a losing trade has to do something. Like, let's say you shorted the break of low a day, and you put your stop here, right? What is this doing? It goes inside, it breaks. What are you doing? You're either bringing your stop closer to stop out, or you're leaving it there, and we're going to take your stop out. Green gets greener, right? So what do we know? We know how to make winning positions. They sell, it goes inside. When it reverses, it should just go. That's number one. Then you want to align that with what we know to be true. What do we know to be true today? We showed you it here. Gold. We have every reason to believe gold is going up. If we look here, how much evidence do we have today? 6 out of 6. Everything's going up. So if everything's going up, when this makes lower low, we don't want to short it. And I said that how many times? I don't even know how many times. Right? We want to wait. When this reverses, boom, now everyone that's short has to get out, and we're right. How do we know we're right? Because it's going up this month. It's going up this week. It's going up today. And then when this goes, it's going up right now, right when that breaks. And these guys are short, and it's going up this month, this week, today, and right now. So that should just break, and it shouldn't come back to your entry if you're right. And if you're wrong, your risk looks like this. This is your risk. It's 1 penny below the low of the bar you enter on right here. you're at least looking for high of day. So if you're wrong, right, you lose 20 cents. If you're right, you make $1.20. That's what, 1 to 6? And that's not even, we're looking for all of this. We want the whole thing. Because if I get it here and it works, I want to add to it or I want to hold it because I don't have to get out. Whoever has to get out is the guys who are losing. And you have to realize your biggest loser is someone else's biggest winning position ever, right? So if you take trades and you get in there and you're losing and you hold it and you just keep losing more and losing more and losing more, that same trade is someone else's biggest winner. And what tends to happen is your losers get worse. Your winners tend to get better, but most people close their winners way too soon. So let's just say hypothetically, right? We buy this here and let's say it pounds up into 405. If you sold at high of day just take a piece off, make your money back. When it's at 405, we're looking for this to keep going, 407, 408. And then if that works, we still have the rest of the month trying to go to 414.40. So it's like we're trying to put you guys in a position where if this tenor works, you can hold it into the end of the month. But most people don't think like that. They think like, if this works, I'm going to take $1 and then I'm going to go try and make a new trade. It's like, no. Make a position and then try and hold it. And even if you're not holding till the end of the month, right? We have all day. If this day is green, we have all day to figure out if we're going to take this out 407. But you can see, right, both of the entries we mentioned, low of day, 225, boom, it explodes, instantly goes, break even your stop. Then here, sideways tenor, right there, boom, instantly goes, explodes, break even your stop. You're not risking much, right? At worst, you're risking, 11 cents here? 13 cents? So it's like, get in, stops me out, boo-hoo. Get in again, all right, break even stop. If it stops you out, boo-hoo. If you do that enough times, it's not that hard. Like look at SPY, right? It's bright green month. How many different ways do you think you could probably get in there if you're using a 5-minute just to make a winning trade? There's probably a lot of different ways you could have got in there, right? Just knowing you have this inside month signal above that. Like yesterday, hammer fiver breaks right here, nice tight stop, it just goes. Right? And then you can do whatever you want. Once it gets high day, reduce it, get out fully, whatever you want to do. Like look at energies, right? It's like, how if we buy at the lows, how do we know? You don't. It's a mystery, right? Like imagine if me and you were going fishing. It's like, all right, tell me how many fish we're going to catch. I'd be like, hopefully a lot. Well, I need to know the exact number. It's like, I don't think that's how life works, is it? It's just not how it works. The same thing's true with price. Anyone who's like, I know for sure, they're probably not telling you the truth in some way, shape, or form. Now, that's not to say you can't have higher win rate stuff, right? But what you will notice is the guys who have higher win rates have wide stops. So they take a loss, they could lose thousands of dollars in one day. They take a huge loss. Versus the strat, you might have a lower win rate, but that's by design. Because if you're winning 90% of your trades, that means you have a giant stop, which means when you're wrong, you get destroyed. And if you're wrong a few days in a row, you get really destroyed. Versus if you're doing what we want to do, right? Slight lower low, inside bar, explodes, goes right away, tight stop. Your worst day, you could lose 0.2% of your account because you didn't have any that worked and just didn't work. But then you come back the next day, maybe all those inside bars break, and then you make a ton. GC futures. Price doesn't respect your broadening formations. I think you're thinking about it wrong. By the way, UMAC, we mentioned, had the inside 30 up. Bink, right? And this is what we mean. So that inside 30 broke here. This hammer fiver was here. Boom, gone. Tight stop it, you're in. And you don't have to get out, right? Most people, it goes explosion here. Maybe at best they hold it to high a day, but if it keeps going, it's going, right? Going, going, gone. But, so let's go. It's not respecting my broadening formations. See what you mean. So the first thing is, it's not about respecting it's not your broadening formation, right? And if you make it your broadening formation, then it doesn't matter for everyone else. It should be the broadening formation. So where is the broadening formation? Here. See this outside day? This is the broadening formation. How do we know? Because the strat shows us broadening formations are outside bars. 3 outside bar is a broadening formation. So you don't have to guess, right? It's like when you see a 3, for sure. So this 3 is the broadening formation, which means they took out the lows of the broadening formation. And then, you'll see here, this outside hammer 60 signal, that hammer came from the bottom, right, of the broadening formation, this thing in here. And then it went 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. So the broadening formation, it's right there. And that hammer timed you off the bottom of it. You don't have to draw them out to see that. And if you're going to draw them out, the easiest way to do it, obviously I have this indicator here that does it. It's called quantifiable broadening formations. Turn it onto, you'll see in here, visible range mode. That's the best way to do it. You can also do a fixed mode. So if you do like a fixed look back, it'll do, let's just say like 50 bars. Maybe it'll do 100. But if you do it that way, then it's always going to show you the right one. So what you'll see is this is the beauty in the broadening formation is it's not hindsight. It's always drawn right to left. So you can see this is true here. And you can see that hammer 60, that happened from the bottom tick. This was the support level right there to the penny. So since it's drawn right to left, it's always foresight. It's never hindsight. It can't be. So that broadening formation existed before this reversal even happened, right? But then once the reversal starts kicking in, it's really obvious where that's trying to go. It's trying to go up there. So hopefully we can see that today, but you know, the same thing would be true if we go into these shorter time frames. You can see, right, the slight higher highs, the lower lows here, and they're starting to climb their way back in. They're probably going to restart it in here just a little bit, but energies, you still haven't had any fiver broadening or fiver reversals, but they're close to it. So you can see this tiny one here on the fiver. You got the slight lower lows here, so they'd be trying to go back through that. Not the biggest mover in the world. Gold, inside fiver up to add. So you can see the tenor, right? Most traders, they're getting out way too soon. This goes 2 again, get more. And why would you want to get more? Because what you have to realize is each broadening formation, when we look at these tight ones like this, these small ones, what this is showing you is where everyone's positioned, right? So if everyone's positioned into this short, when it's coming back through, the more you buy, the more shares you buy, or the more options you buy, the worse it is for the shorts. Because if you buy it at 402.79, they're going to have to buy it above that. And if I buy it at 402.96, they're going to have to buy above that to close their short position. So you want that, you want to get more because it actually helps your position keep going. Because the more guys that buy, the higher these guys who are short have to close. And we can see right now, silver, not really going anywhere, just gold. So get, boy. Yeah, Sarah, yeah, TTO, get. And we call these triangles, by the way, for those that are wondering. We call these triangles because they are this is how price works. It creates triangles. It does this. Low, high, new low, right? There's your triangle. And then after new low, they're going to make a new high, right? And so over time, price is going triangle, 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 right? And you'll see there can be higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, but it's still a triangle. You can see higher high, low, higher high. That's a broadening formation. And if you don't get what I'm saying, from here to here, this is a broadening formation, right? It's getting bigger like this. From here to here, this is still a broadening formation. It's just a higher one, right? They buy, it goes up, then we stop them out here, and then we go. So we call it higher triangles when you have a trending market. And so when we look at gold, right? That's a slight lower low on the 15-minute. On the daily, this is a higher low to yesterday's low. So the lower low on the 15 is the triangle during an uptrend right here, this higher low on the daily. So that's how you're going to create, right? Now you can see we have the hammer 60 here. This is how you can buy low a day because we know triangles exist. It goes 2. And then the second it comes back above that low a day, it's trying to become 3 and go up here. The strat is hard to beat. Yeah, I would say that the hardest thing about it is making sure you're doing all 3 truths at the same time. Because if you're just going to trade, if you just do inside bars and time frame continuity, you can get destroyed. Because you're not using the broadening formations. But if you just use broadening formations and you don't use continuity, you can get destroyed. Because you're not using continuity. So you have to get them all aligned, and then it makes sense what's going on. And that's because the what is it called? The change of continuity. So like you can see on the LLY here, triangle up, shooter right there. When that kicked in on the 15, it changed the 60. The changing of continuity is what creates winning trades. So it's like you want it to be green, and then you take your reversal, it changes it to red and forces those guys to sell. Like this. So you can see that little tiny triangle in here. Triangle down, triangle up, there it is. The indicator's got it. So when that kicks in right here, we know it's trying to take this out. Way down there. Google's puking nicely. Let's see. So you can see the inside 15 Google did what it was supposed to. And this is another part of the strat people totally miss. Once it makes low day, right, that was what it was supposed to do. Inside down here hits its target. Now, if you can stay below 343.16, you stay below the target, that's when you're going to take all this stuff out. So it's got to stay down there. But yeah, Google starting to work nicely. You got 12 minutes left on the 60. And then if this 60 closes lower, it's nowhere near becoming a 2 up. So we want it to stay 2 down. And that's another piece of the strat is you have to understand once this goes 2, it stays 2 until it reverses. So they go 2. The next 60, you want to see another 2, and then another, and then another, and hopefully we keep puking. Outside day down Google, yeah. We can see Apple, not so much. So Apple, it went 2 up, 2 down here, which took out low a day, but it didn't go anywhere. So it takes out low a day, comes back, stops you out, so be it. Energy, still no 5 reversal. Look at LLY, you see that? And you can see that broadening formation really cleanly kicking in. Yes, exactly. Like what you can think is So like during this month, right? Anytime this month is green, what you want to see is lower lows, stopping these monthly guys out, or stopping some of the guys out, and then reclaim those lows. And you can do that all month, which, you know, since this is the gold ETF, if we go to like XAG, so we look at gold spot, right? Anytime you stop some guys out and you've reversed, that's another way to get in. So if we just look, right, this is really tight. But you'll see they go slightly higher, slightly lower. There's your stopping them out right here. When that kicks in, boom, right? And that's at 6 a.m., but 100% tradable right there. And you can see even this slight lower low, and that goes slightly lower, comes back in right there. Then new highs. Then slightly lower here, comes back, kicks back in, new highs. Then you see it comes in, goes, let's see, no, goes inside, then it goes up in here, fails to make the new high. So now it restarts or gets a little tighter again. So you can see it reverses back down. And then you see this new broadening formation start over. This high, this low, and slightly higher, comes back in. And then they restart in here, getting really tight. And this is the only thing you have to be aware of, is when it gets tight, you can see this is how tight it got. It's getting tight because you go inside of a bigger range or a bigger time frame. So right here, when this is tight and it's going to, you know, stop you out, stop you out, stop you out, what's happening? Let me see if I can highlight it. So look in here. See this on the 4 hours? So it goes inside, right? And that's what's causing the issue. Then it goes up, knowing you're taking that out, comes back in, doesn't take that out, and this is the issue. You spend 8 hours, then you spend 12 hours stuck inside of 4 hours. So when that happens, that's when the range gets really tight like this, and then it's testing both sides super fast. So if you don't realize when this goes inside 4 hour by looking at multiple time frames, you're going to get destroyed trading in here. Then you're going to get destroyed again if you don't see this rev strat happening. And then you're going to get destroyed again because the new 4 hour opens and it rips back through the range, this outside bar, or this broadening formation. So you have to be aware when things tighten up like that. And this has to do with chopped up trading a scenario 1. So if you're trading in here and you're trying to buy and sell, you're just going to get stopped out all the time. If we go to SPY, on the 60-minute, you can see 3-2 down. They're still puking and coming back through these guys. So they're still having some issues here on the SPY. And they go outside 4 hours, so 1-3 now. And that's a reversal. They're still inside day, but you can see they're reclaiming the previous all-time highs at 776.85. That matters because if you fail one side of a range, you might take the other side. So when we look at the week, we're probably not going to do that this week, right? But they'd be a little closer to taking that day out now from that 3-260. So it looks like semis did, kick that daily into gear, 2 day down. Google's still down. Looks like my stop just triggered on gold, so doing some battle in there today. They're not giving it to us. Maybe they'll give it to us later in the day. We can see they're going after real estates. They're going after some staples and some utilities. So right now they're going into defensive stuff and selling off some of those semis below yesterday's lows. You'll have AMAT setting up the inside 60 in the semis. It's weaker, so you could use this. And this would be an example of how you can see this. So if that goes inside 60 down, you can see it would change the day green to red. And this would cause outside weak to take this out. So you can use this 60 inside bar potentially to take out 491 through all this in AMAT. MU will be inside 60 in the semis with SNDK. So, if the semis are really going to puke up a storm, then you probably need those guys to come back in, right? If you go to NVIDIA, NVIDIA is going to be inside 60 as well. Closer to becoming an outside day as a reversal. So NVIDIA, this inside 60 in about 5 minutes, if they close that out, maybe you could use that to trigger the daily. You can see the broadening formation here on AMD. Look at that. So you get the higher highs, and you can see the shooter 60. So if that worked, what would it do? Probably change the day. Now, nowhere near really changing that week at 477.09. So a little bit trickier to do that. But since it's inside week and inside month, it's easier to do. Come back through all this. That'd be a pretty big one if that were to kick in. We'll see. Maybe on the new 60s, we see some of those semis actually, kick in altogether. Let's see what SpaceX is doing. So while the market pukes a little bit, SpaceX, you can see some profit taking. The day is still red. The week is still green. The month is still green. So you can see it's conflicted. And that matters because the daily seller's in here, but the monthly, weekly buyer, they could be in here at the lows. So we'll have to see if they can get some new setups there. Maybe they get some RevStrat 15 below 136.33 on the new 60s open. You got some potential 30s up, XOM, CVX. MPC, VLO. They have inside 30s cooking in VLO. We can see in gold. We had to move up. I got stopped out. That's okay. All I know is for a fact, I'd much rather take a tiny stop or a break-even stop on gold here than trying to hold a loser. And you could short it today since that day is red, but I would rather be along just simply because of what we know in those bigger time frames. So I'm fine doing that myself, and that's doing battle. You see SPY took out most of those targets on the 3-2 down 60 minute. Qs took out the nearby 60 pivot on that 3-2 down 60, and we got 2 minutes left, so those are going to come into exhaustion risk. But Dow is inside. So if SPY and Qs are going to keep puking, you'd likely see Dow go 3-1-2 down below the week, the day, and 60 opens. If you go to IWM, still green month, bright green week, so it's probably just profit taking, but you'll see IWM had the 3. Did go 2 up, but the second that came back in, it's trying to come back through here. It just ran out of time. So we're going to be closer to 32260 IWM. So Dow and IWM could confirm the direction of SPY and Qs, which would keep SPY puking and Qs puking, which would keep semis puking, potentially. And that would align with like your NVIDIA inside bar and your AMAT inside bar on the gappers. And that also aligns with potentially AXTI here. You can see on that day, it went inside up, took its target out. Now, see how that week is red? We get the potential 60, which would change the day, and then all of a sudden that weekly seller kicks in to cause this big outside bar. So AXTI down in here, if that 2260 were to kick in. Now, ideally, we'd time that with like a smaller broadening formation in here on a 5er or something. But we'll see what can come of it. I still like gold today as a long. What you could look at is the 404 gold calls. What, they're 10 cents? That would really reduce your risk. Only 10 cents. And since we know the magnitude, when we look at gold, right, they triangle they out down in here, they firm back up. If this were to start kicking in, 404 is like really nearby. It's not that far, right? It's just above the morning highs. 408, way up there, would be what we want to see taken out. So when we look in here, one of the things we look for is, you can see they go 2 up, then they go 2 down, then here's the new 60. So if this 60 can take this out, 403, then we could talk about potentially firming that up. Now we'll have to see since indexes are a little weaker, but here's the new 60 flip. Right on the flip, IWM goes inside in green. It goes 225er, so you can see they firm up a little in the small caps. On the gappers, Lunar, 21260 reversal, Lunar, below 1904, or no, below 1909. And that could also turn into a rev strat. Right on the flip, you can see gold, 225er, bang. And you can see, you just do some battle, right? This buyer's aggressive, it's obvious. It's lower low, boom, explodes. Lower low, explodes. Slight lower low, 225er, explodes again. We just want to see them willing to pay up above these highs so we can take all those shorts into a losing trade. And hopefully we can get them to do it soon. But let's see it. SPY. You can see SPY nowhere near reversal. So 3, 2 on the 60 below 777. Down they went. And they're nowhere near reversing. If you go to Qs, nowhere near reversing. NVIDIA. You have inside fiver here. So ideally this goes inside fiver to break the 60 down. Maybe you get a 3-minute. You could use whatever time frame you want. But we want to see the 60s go down there if they're going to keep puking the semis. AMAT is closer to those inside 60s down in the semis as well. Lunar, you can see this. It's puking right away, and that's what you want on a signal. It should just go. So when that breaks, looking for low a day, and then if we look here, where's the broadening formation? Well, if it's a gap up sell, broadening formation is way down there. So if this works, it's like that could just grind lower all day. And that's what you're looking for on gap list. You want tight stops and huge winners when it does work. So right away, Lunar coming into low a day. And that would be, what, 2-hour shooter if you're looking at it that way. If we go extended hours trading, you can see it's inside 60 down on the pre-market stuff. So what we'd want to see taken out is this, 1850. So we could get out of this mess that we're in here. And then the reclaim level. You'd want to reclaim this high at, what, 1834 in Lunar, the pre-market highs. Or actually not pre-market, it was like the earnings, whenever earnings came out. See, AMD does go 60s down. Now, it's nowhere near taking out that daily open, but it confirms the semis that were puking before. Semis are still inside. Tech is still inside. SPY is still inside, but red. Qs is inside, but red, so they're trying. IWM is inside in red, so you see they did firm up, but then maybe you get the 225er down to cause the 60 down below that 303.87 in IWM. And if you want to get things puking, that's what you're going to need to see some follow through. Staples, you can see inside 60s up, so they're rotating into the discretionary. Utilities, they're rotating into, or not discretionary, but defensive posturing. Staples and utilities. And this also means things like UMAC at all-time highs reclaims right here. 33.97, so they come back in a little. Lunar is going to be weaker, though. You see Lunar did hit its low of day target, 1886. Now you want to keep them down there. Because whoever bought Lunar at 2046 today, now it's trading 1886. So you want to stay down below that and make them sell into those prices. Hopefully they do. Give us some nice puker. But we see them buying staples, utilities, they're buying some financials. So we go to our evidence and we see what they're actually going after right on the new 60s. You can see utilities. It's like, what did they tell our algorithms to do? Go and buy all the utilities, right? Quick, go get them. So that's what they do to start off. You can see they're buying some healthcares too. So some healthcares firming up on the 60s. AbbVie, REGN back through a range. SYK coming back through a range. VRTX. So a little bit more defensive, right? Not the tech and semis. We go to ARC-X, all of these guys. See how they all kicked in at the same time? Lunar was on that list. So you can see reversal members, highest evidence. Why is that true? This is because Lunar, BKSY, their reversals or their signals. So we look at BKSY, you can see someone bought up in here at 32.37. So when that breaks down and the fill is at 30.81, you can see it's just in there, tells you exactly what's going on. When that fill happens and that entry short occurs, those guys who'd bought are in trouble. Big trouble. And you go to Lunar, same thing. Those guys who bought high day, they're in big trouble because now it's a sell. So you got this outside day happen on BKSY below 30.18 you're looking to take out. And then maybe Lunar gets some puke going on, but you'll see all the ARC-X names. VSAT, that could turn into further issues through these guys. SPIR, that could be an outside day. And then ASTS has some targets down here at 67.19. So they're selling some of the space, selling a little bit of uraniums. They're selling some of those Bitcoin miners. And these are on the weekly sell list. So you'll see HUT. You got some 60s down. And this is mostly just continuation. So not many signals there, but they did reverse HUT. We go to gold. You can see right on the new 60, 10:30 a.m. That's when those algorithms are turned on. They're still working on it. Silver, not so much. So you'll see silver. They finally did make a low day. So they stop out all these guys. But they're not buying silver, which is interesting. They're also not buying gold miners and stuff. So although gold is up a little bit, we don't have all of it confirming. Like when you're going to get a big move in precious metals, you want gold, silver, miners, you want everyone going up, and you want the dollar puking. The only thing we could say is the dollar with this RevStrat 60, that could definitely help us out. Nice long red bars on the day, 2 going 3 on the week, 2 down month, right? That should help us out. You see Lunar still staying down, gap up and sell the 3rd hour of the day. Oh, I was going to say, I wonder if that actually works. Let's see what we got on the gappers. So you can see Lunar on the gap up, right? Gap up, and then inside bar down. EH is also gap up, inside 60 down. It's at penny stock. ARC-X, 3 2 down, 2 downs. There's puking. So you got some follow through. APLD, inside day down, pivot machine gun style. 3 2 down, 2 down, right here below at 29.96. So APLD is having some issues. CCJ and uraniums, What about the gaps down? Let's see. CELC, look at that. You see they're going after that one today. NVIDIA still not taking the 60s down. So AMAT, I believe, broke it by like a penny. Let's go back in here. So we still have OIH names drifting to the highs. You got CLB closer to inside 60s up, and you got Momentum Hammer, TDW, Slob just pounding them up there. There was some 30s on the flip that kicked in OIH. Not really in the energies per se, just OIH. NVIDIA closer to taking that 60 down. AMD 60's down already, so NVIDIA is just reconfirming that. You have more evidence on that break on NVIDIA since AMD's already down. Semis, very close to reconfirming the puke with the daily shooter in force, the two going 3 weeks. So semis, this is good stuff. And it's good stuff because you can see, I'm going to change this mode up in here. But you can see the magnitude, right? So below this, that would be the broadening support. If you can break that, next level's way down below this and below these guys. So that's big issues. And since you have a daily signal, we say this two up, two down day below this 585, that lasts all day. So that could turn into, further problems. NVIDIA, there's the break. So that confirms what AMD's doing. It confirms the semis. KLAC takes out the morning lows, so they're confirming, reclaiming last week's highs below 201.83. That'd be further issues in KLAC. AMAT rebreaks the 60s. So if we go in here, we can see, look at all these twos down that are starting to hit the board. So if we go most twos and we go intraday, you can see in the universe of things, and I wish I could zoom in on this chart. I'm going to have to change that. But in the universe of things, you can see how the twos down are starting to grow a bit. We just went from 79 twos down to 110. That was just now. And that's a lot of those semis breaking. So when we go and look at those simultaneous breaks, you see Jets starts breaking down. So all these airlines, ALGT, Love, ULCC, every single one's a short. And this is from the weekend vid list. So when you look in there, you can see whoever bought in here in ALGT, 2-2 reversal against them. Whoever bought here in Love, inside bar against them. And so all the airlines are kicking in. We go to semis. 9 of the semis start kicking in. So AMD, MU. So you can see they come in to sell AMD. They come in inside down MU, inside down AMAT, inside down NVIDIA. It's like, are they selling the semis? Yes. And these inside bars are equilibriums. So what happened is the buyers and sellers are like, yep, this is what it's worth. And then a new seller or someone came in and was like, I'm going to hit the bid. So they're doing that. AMD, GFS, MU, AMAT, NVIDIA, ASML, KLAC, LRCX, SMCI, all at the same time. And that matters because you have those daily signals down in semis. So AMAT, give us 491.68, right? We want that for sure. And that caused us full time frame continuity. So you might get further issues. Hopefully AMD is weak enough to take these guys out if you're playing it. Silver almost taken out low a day. So just be aware those precious metals still are not the firmest. Semis, 2 down 60 again, reconfirming the sell. So we go and take a look, right? Semis, Jets, you got some energies now kicking into the downside, so there's some profit taking in the leadership there. Uraniums are kicking in just a little bit. And while they do that, see how they're buying the utility staples? So it's not crash, it's rotation. So if we look in there, you can see now downtrends just overtook uptrends. And on a weighted basis, 43% of the market cap we're tracking here is going down. 37% is still inside, so that the puke could get worse if all these things that are inside actually, change what they're doing. We'll see. And what we can see is IWM did go 60s reversal. Now it's still above the day, the week, and month opens. So this is what we'd consider conflict, where that's almost assuredly profit taking, but it could change the day, especially since the day is, as you can see, inside bar. For now, gold still starting to grind them up. So you can see while they're selling off semis and stuff, there's someone's slowly drifting gold up in here. And we'd like to know about that. Because if we can take out all these highs while the market's going down, those shorts have an issue. Inside 15ers up gold. There's also a chance you get 2-2-15er silver if you're not playing gold. We got every reason to believe that should work. You can see the month is green, the week is green, day is green. This 15er should cause all these shorts to cover. Should just go bang, take out all their stops, take them out up into here. And I mentioned those gold contracts at 10 cents. Right down in here, they're now trading 21 cents, so it's 100%. And it hasn't even moved yet. So hopefully we can actually get it to move today. That'd be fun. We mentioned those Utes, right? We saw that rotation kicking in, and it's not the biggest movers in the world, but you see they go inside up, so they just confirm. Staples are still going up a little bit. Tech and semis did go 2 down. There it is, gold contracts. Uh-oh. Oh, did we take your stop out? Gotcha. And look at just how fast this thing tears up in here, right? Break, go. Get them. So now you can see anyone short in the past hour, we want to get above them. But 403. So if we can get above 403, then those guys are forced to do something. And we want to just take them out. And we saw, right, just how aggressive this buyer has been all morning. Every low of day, they're just buying as much as they can get. So hopefully we can pair them up with whoever was short yesterday and whoever was short in the previous 60 and show them what's up. There it is. Gold futures get ready to go boom. Yeah, right, sir. So would you say the opening candle of the day would confirm if there's buying or selling? So what we say is everything confirms or negates, right? And the way I like to explain it is like this. It's like if I get on the freeway and I start driving to Florida, I'm in Wisconsin, right? So it's a far drive, 20-something hours. I start driving to Florida. As long as I don't turn around, I'm going to get to Florida, right? So in the same way, if you turn an algorithm on and you tell it to buy, until you turn it off, it's just going to keep buying. So when we look at gold, right? When we look at each bar, you can see, for example, it goes inside. Right when this breaks here, it goes 2. So the buyer's buy, this is the buyer right here. The second that breaks this high, that buyer's identified right when this breaks. So it goes 2. And then it will either confirm or negate. So it opens again, it goes 2 up again, that buyer's still here, 2. Then it opens, and then it goes 2 again, the buyer's still here, 2. And then 2, and then 2, right? And you can see the point. So the biggest move, what does it look like? It looks like this, right? Inside month on gold right there, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, but it starts going red and coming back in, 3. 1, and then it goes 2 down, so it's confirming again. 2 down, confirming again. And then you'll see here 1, and then it goes 2 up. Now the buyer's here when that takes that out. So everything's always confirming or negating, and you can confirm or negate like this, right? 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 down, right there. The second that's a 2 down, whoever was buying in there, gone, right when that breaks. And that's why we want to trade reversals, because the worst looking chart is like this. It's like sell, 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 sell. 2. Now it's a reversal. 2, 2, boom. Anyone that was short in here, they're gone in 4 minutes. Gone. All of them. So when price reverses, that's when that's going to happen. And therefore, since everything confirms or negates, when a new day opens, the color of that day always confirms or negates yesterday. So we go to Lunar. Yesterday, they're buying. The second that's green here, they're buying. And then today, it's red, so now they're selling. So you can see buyers more aggressive, and then today, sellers more aggressive. So today is negating what yesterday did. They were more aggressive buyers yesterday. Today, the more aggressive group is the sellers. If we go to the 60, we can see they buy. So if we look in here, they buy 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 here, confirming. Then they go inside and red. So when this is red, it's negating what the previous 60 did. Because when this was red, they're selling against these guys. Then when this goes 2 down, that's a reversal. It's negating that trend. It goes 2 up, 1, 2 down. So you can see the 2 down happens, and they're down 1.4% here. They went down 2%. Hopefully, and then what we want to see, right, is if you hit the bid here and it goes wham, right, it drops 2%. It's like, okay, we got them. They're selling. And then we want to see 2, 2, 2, 2 all day. Kind of like yesterday, where it's like, this is green on the day. It's like, yep, they're buying. Inside, inside, 2 right here. All right, get in. 2, keep buying. 2, keep buying. 2, keep buying. 2, keep buying. Inside bar, flip it short. Use their money that you bought it all up in here. Flip it the other way. And that's how you play. So we go to RCAT. You see this is also inside down. If we go to KTOS, also closer to inside down. Now this is probably stuck in here. Good luck. If we go to UMAC though, look at this. All right. So you can see confirming and negating. This was red. The second the 60 opens in green, right here, boom. They start buying. Then the second this opens goes red, they start selling. If we go to the 30, we got inside 30. So maybe you get inside 30 back through these guys. And that'd be a really big puker. Something we look for. If we go back to gold, you can see they sold for 2 minutes and then reversal, 3. So now we want to see, do they go 2 up again and confirm that? Keep on walking them up. And sorry for those of you guys in Discord, I haven't been looking in the community chat. 9:50 a.m. Yeah, that was an hour ago. And sorry, I didn't get to mention it on Goog, but we marked these targets out for you guys. This is that daily low target right here. So you can see, dink, right? Inside down, short, short, target hit, profit taking, slightly 2 up, but then it's red. So you might have another 2215 Google to kick them in because you have a monthly, weekly, daily seller who's here right now. So we might see them have a lot more to sell than we'd expect. Lunar for now. You can see it goes down, but it comes back. So the short worked, hits out low a day, but they were not weak enough to take them out. Now, if we go to the 30s, this is setting up here in 6 minutes. The hammer counter shooter. And if you don't know what the counter is, I think I updated this to have the examples here. It must have not updated. But what it is you can think of it like a broadening formation. The buyers buy it up, and then wham, they go the other way. The seller sold it down, and then they come back in. So potentially on the flip, we can go like this. 2230 above 1910 or whatever that level ends up being to go ripping back through these guys because the downside, they obviously weren't willing to sell down there. So we'll see if they're willing to buy it up again. Lunar on the gap list. It's got 30 setting up. For now on gold, they did take the 60s up. You can see we're currently inside fivers, so it's neither confirming the upside or negating by going down. I go inside. And you can see how this broadening formation is starting to get bigger. So you just got to be aware. You know, the broadening formation still exists. These highs did get taken out. They did reclaim those. So if we're from here, it goes up. Maybe you got the reduction or you move your stop. But this is what we call doing battle, right? How many entries have there been today? It's like buy it here, goes flying, and that was it. Buy it down here, goes flying, and that was it. Buy it here, goes flying. You know, eventually we're going to take out whoever's trying to sell up here because they're wrong, as far as we know. Can we go inside fivers up and take them up? Am I coming to visit? I don't know. I haven't made plans. Ugh. I'm definitely not coming in summer. Oh my goodness. My cousin was telling me about how incredibly hot and terrible it is. I'm good. I'm A-okay. We looked to the healthcares, which I didn't really mention too much of those, but you see they did go inside 60 up, so LLY firmed back up. Dink, dink, dink. ISRG's firming up. Guild is firming up. CVS going to the highs. BSX firmed up. BDX firmed up. REGN. SYK, they hit their target 1, so they are still coming back through these guys. So you got some healthcare going on. Let's see if we look at the break. So in semis, we still have the break down, but you can see all of these are still inside. So hasn't really spread to get bigger and get worse. AMD, if you go in here, it's still in force below 499.68. MU did break down, but it's got to stay down, right? If that comes back in, that could change what's happening. KLAC still down. GFS is still down. Intel reclaims. NVIDIA did break. They aren't weak enough to take out low a day yet. We'll see. We still got 35 minutes. Lunar, red to green right here. So we can see they made the low of day, reclaimed low of day, still creating this hammer now. This is going to be... And the way the hammer works is it allows for a much tighter stop. Because the way you'd want to execute it is pretty much like this. A lot of traders you'll see, they'll put their stop way down here on the hammer. You really don't want to do that because the wick makes that a much wider stop than it needs to be. And technically, you can execute the second that's green because these guys are all trapped, whoever's down there. So you can just go dink, see if that goes flying. But it'll be setting up. UMAC, still setting up inside 30, so we're going to mine that until the flip. It is green today. So you'll see maybe the 2215 on the 30-minute change to cause that 30. Lunar could be a really fun one today, up into all that stuff. Do you draw the broadening information based on previous pivot? The broadening formation, it's drawn based on compound 3 or scenario 3. So if you understand this, then you understand everything to do with how this is going to work. So what a compound 3 is this. So we can see we make a lower low and make a higher high to this range. It could be 1 bar, it could be 100 bars right here. It could be 2 bars like this, or it could be 200 bars like this. But what matters is when you compound these, that's a 3, right? So I know it's confusing, but 2 down, 2 up. If you put them together, that's a 3. It took out the lows and took out the highs. So when you're drawing broadening formations, that's what we're drawing from. So if we look at gold, right? Let's just look at the 15-minute. So you can see here, they go inside. See how they take out the highs and then come back? Then they take out the lows. This is the broadening formation. These 3 bars are an outside bar or a 3 to this bar here. This is the broadening formation. So when it starts firming up, right, and it's making higher lows in here, it's trying to take that out right there. So you can see what it did. 3, and then it goes all the way to the other side, and now this bar, this bar, this bar, this bar, this bar, this is a 3. All of these bars. All of these bars here are an outside bar to these two. So if we go to like really big ones. All right. So Lunar, you can see the new trigger level. It's going to be 1925. So you'd want to, the ideal scenario is you go like this. It'd be take the offer and then your stop goes 1 penny below the low of this. Because it should just go bang, explode if that's going to be true. Now, for now, since it's not breaking, they go inside 1530. You just hold off. SPY on the second 30 of the 60, we can see they went 2 down again, but 2-2 reversal. Right here. When that breaks, they're coming back through these guys. They're still inside day, so this is higher low during an uptrend. Higher lows on the week, higher lows on the month, right? Higher lows on the day. So that's coming back through anyone short in the morning, right there. 2-230 SPY. Qs, simultaneous break with SPY, and you can see the broadening formation in here. Higher highs, lower lows, and then the hammer kicks in right away. So if we go to semis, they're going to be a little closer to negating. They did take them down, but they didn't stay down at the lows. They'd be closer to 2-230s up, so that would change what's going on, at least short term. Energies still climbing back off the 2-230s. XOP is closer to 2-230s up, so they're still buying energies there. If we go to gold, boom, there it is. This is what we wanted, right? Hammer fiver here, 2-2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Right? And now anyone short in the morning, we've almost stopped them all out, right? We want high day. And you see so far it's just shy of making high day. But you can see how that broadening formation, or those compound 3s, they start here. This goes 3, then it goes down, then it goes 3 here. Then it goes back down, and then another 3, and then another 3 really big. So if we go back to what we were talking about, by understanding that, when we're looking at broadening formations, right, what we're looking at is 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And you could think of it like this example from earlier. This is what every chart's doing. It goes small range, tight, 3, 3, 3, and then eventually it breaks out. So if we go and look at where the 3s were in here, you can see there's an outside bar. This is the outside bar. And then all of these go outside bar. So then this becomes the outside bar. And then all of this goes outside bar. So you can see 3, 3, 3 getting bigger. And then it goes inside. It does go up. It failed to make the new high. So you could think of this kind of like a 1 because it didn't make the new high. Then it makes a slight lower low to that. So there's actually a 3 in here. This high and this low to this low and this high. And then eventually they did make the higher high. So this now becomes this high to this low is outside bar to everything left, which is where the broadening formation is. This high to this low, where this is anchored. This is an outside bar to every bar within that. So all of this. So these bars are the 3. We got a lunar on the 30. You can see they're kicking in. And notice it breaks, it retraces 3 pennies, and then boom, off to the races, right? This is what we want to see it do. So now if we're going to be right, it would just go because we have guys to stop out, we have full time frame continuity, and we're reclaiming a mother bar, the lower low of this, to try and go to the highs there. So we'll see if they're strong enough to do it. And we also have in 25 minutes, maybe a rev strat, right? Depends on how that sets up, but we'll see. It looks good if it can hold 1925. That's the line in the sand. It's got to be above that for the gapper guys. For now, semis still inside 30, so no reversal yet in the semis, although they're firm. So AMD, they're still down. They're just inside 30. And this is kind of the issue with being in conflict is the day, the week, and the month are still green in AMD. They went 60s down, so that's true. But they're nowhere near causing these guys to sell. Take out this. If that's rotation, why is it so violent? Are you talking about well, so this is what you have to realize is there's only two ways that you can execute. You can either execute by adding liquidity. So like if I go in here and I'm like, well, I'm going to add liquidity, or I'm going to sell at the bid, or sell at the offer, I mean. Let's just say SPY. I have 1 million shares and I'm going to sell. So sell to, let's just say sell 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'm selling 1 million shares and I just have I have it sitting right there. This would be adding liquidity to market, or to the market, because on the book, it'd show I'm selling 1 million shares. So when price gets there, it's just not going to go anywhere. It's going to stop moving until that whole order fills, right? And vice versa. If I'm going to buy 1 million shares and I do it below here, price doesn't move from this. What causes price to move is if I go in and I go in right at the new price, or at the current price. I'm going to say buy, 1 million shares. And I go at the current price. I'm like, I want to buy 1 million shares and I will pay whatever price I can get. So I might buy 1 million shares and some of them get filled at 76.36. Right, let's just say in here. So let's just say my order hits. Some of them fill here, and then some of it fills here, and then some of it fills here, and then some fills here, and then some fill. Do you see? So if I'm aggressive and I'm willing to pay whatever price, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to buy some here and then buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more until I fill that order. So aggressiveness is what moves price. Now, when you're looking at the market, right? So if we go to Lunar, what shows aggression is the color of the bar. So the greener this bar gets, the more aggressive the buyers were, right? Or are. So if this bar is only up 0.65%, they're not that aggressive. But if it's up, 4%, they're really aggressive. So we want to see green that gets greener because that shows who's more aggressive, the buyers in this case. Now, the other thing that shows aggression is where that's happening. So if we look in here, they're willing to buy above the prices of the prior half hour. Above this, 1925. So if they're willing to buy above 1925, they're more aggressive than the buyers were on the last 30 minutes. It's also a reversal, which shows you prices were going down. Now, since prices are going up and they're buying, you're going to start triggering stops. And what the stops do, every pivot we take out triggers anyone that's short to start getting out. They speed it up. Because if they're trying to buy, let's say, I don't even know how many shares this trades. Let's just say they're trying to buy like 50 million shares and they just turn their algorithm on right here. They're just trying to buy a ton of shares. They might buy 1 million and then it goes up into here and it hits 1941 and someone has a stop order there. And that stop order is to buy 100,000 shares. So now all of a sudden they're trying to buy 50 million shares and someone stops out of 100,000 shares and has to buy. So now you have more buyers that are entering the market aggressively. So when you go back through a range, you're triggering those stops to go off and you have this aggressive buyer already in there trying to buy it. That's going to cause things to speed up. So if we go to UMAC, we mentioned this 15 prior to the flip. It was closer to the 2-2. When this breaks, anyone that was short in here, they've got to cover. Anyone that's short in the previous 15, we're going to try and trigger those guys to cover. And we're pairing that up, this 2-2 reversal, we're pairing it up with this buyer on the day, this buyer on the week, this buyer on the month, who's really aggressive, right? It's up 61% this month. Now, since it's, you can see at all-time highs, that's something we're aware of. It makes it less likely to really explode. But before that happened, when this went inside 30 up here, it wasn't at all-time highs yet. So we could target that to be taken out. And you had that really aggressive buyer show up in that second hour of the day, right there. So the reason it would be violent rotation is because they might get some information and they're like, well, we should, or they might get extra money or whatever reason they have this extra money they're going to deploy, or they want to change their positions. And we don't know that reason, which is something we can show you here. And this. So in the algorithm section, you can see an urgent versus patient, right? And this is confusing looking, but it's pretty simple, right? If they're patient, they're willing to provide the liquidity. So it's like, I'll have a resting buy order at, whatever price this is. And every time price comes to my order, I'm just going to fill. Or I'll have a price that I'm willing to pay at. And just throughout the day, I'm just going to put in little orders and just fill this position really slowly. But if they really want the stock, they come in and they're like, I don't care. I'm just going to try and buy everything today and I will pay whatever price, doesn't matter. So by the end of it, you can see the day where they're patient and they're only 8% of the volume. They're not doing much buying. Their fill, the price they wanted was 50. Their fill is 53 cents. So they only paid 3 cents extra. Versus urgency. If they're urgent, they come in, they're trying to pay 50. They pay 50 and 31 cents. And if you're trading with if you're trying to buy 1 million shares, that 31 cents is a lot, right? What if it's 100 million shares? That's a lot. So urgency costs money, but that's what's going to cause this to happen. So we want places where they are urgently making those decisions, and we can't know. We can't know because the black box, or the part we can't know, is the research they're doing, the models they have, the analyst work, the portfolio decisions for how much they're going to put in each stock or each position, their risk limits, where their stops are, right? We can't know this. This is invisible to us. But what we can know is they do all this research and then they're like, all right, we're going to buy this stock and we need 2 million shares and we might need these shares by the end of the month. So we're going to go in and we're going to put this order in. It's going to hit our execution desk. They're going to make it as urgent or as little urgency as they need to fill it. A human sets this, which means a human tells the algo what to do. Then the algo goes in and it times those orders. And it decides if it's going to, slow down execution when prices go up or speed it up. It's going to decide if it's going to cross the spread, which is the aggressive, the urgent form of buying. It's going to decide how big the orders are. And this is all the algorithm's doing. And then what does the algorithm do? It buys or it sells. So to really simplify it down, what's an algorithm? Really simply, an algorithm is this. What are you going to trade? Tesla. What are you going to do? Buy or sell? Buy. How are you going to do it? We're going to cross the spread. We're going to take the offer. So we're going to do it aggressively. And then when are you going to do it? Right now. Right? Like that would be really simple. That's how simple they are. Right? There's a lot of decisions that happen, but we have to understand. It's like we can't know this. We can't know this. We don't know what their algo's doing, but what we do know is when that algorithm is told to buy and do it right now. That's what we know. So when we go to Lunar, right? When was the algorithm told to buy and take the offer? Right there, 1925. How do you know? Because the month is green. And by the way, 85% of all the market volume is traded by algorithms, so that matters. But the month is green. The week is green. The day is green. So those algorithms, they're buying this month. They're buying this week. They're buying today. And they're doing it above the opening price. So they're aggressively doing it. Then when this goes 2 down, 2 up, it's a reversal, and all of that's still green. So those algorithms are being told, buy Lunar, do it aggressively by taking the offer above 1925, and do it right now on this 30-minute, on this trading day, Friday, this week, Monday, or the second week of August, and on this month, August. So they were told August, second week of August, Friday, buy right now. And if you break it down that way, things make more sense, because there's these algorithms and these institutions and these funds, they have to do things based on certain times as well. So at the beginning of the month and the end of the month, you tend to see bigger moves because you have institutions rebalancing their ETFs or rebalancing their portfolios, et cetera, et cetera. And then each month they're doing different things. So if we look at SPY, it's like, look at this. What did institutions do? They bought SPY here. So you can see they sold SPY in March. The new month opens. The second the month opens, goes green. What are they doing? They're buying SPY this month. Boom. Then it opens, it's green. Anytime that's green, they're buying SPY this month. Boom. This opens, it goes red. What are they doing? Taking profit, right? Comes back in. And then it does recover. And then last month, what did they do? Nothing. Inside bar. So there was some selling, some buying. It was a wash. And then this month, the second the month opens, first day of the month, boom, they go and buy. Why would that happen? Because their algorithms are told, go to SPY this month. We're going to buy SPY. We're going to do it aggressively by taking the offer. And then when you pair that with all these guys who are short with stops against this, right, anyone's got to stop here, stop here, stop here, stop here, stop here. When this breaks, all of a sudden, whoever shorted last week, they got to buy. And those algorithms are doing it at the same time. They're screwed. Completely screwed. So if we look right now, that monthly, weekly buyer is buying right here, 11 a.m. on a Friday. How much evidence do we have? Well, we only have 13 minutes left, but that's true right here. Now, in 13 minutes, if it goes 60-minute reversal, if that goes reversal, you'd have that monthly, weekly buyer right here on the 60. So a way you can think of this, and this is a way I put it together. So we just go to SPY right now, and we blow it up. So we look, right? Month green. So it shows you the monthly, weekly buyer is buying now 776.58. So if we look at this, the opening price is 776.29. The current price, 776.62. So monthly, weekly buyer is buying right now at this price. That's, as far as we break it down here. If we wanted to, we could break it down intraday. So we could go 60, 30, 15, 5 minute. And we could say the 60, 30 minute, 15 minute buyer is buying right now on the 5 minute at this price. Because they have to be. It's green here, it's green here, it's green here, green here. So intraday, it must be going up. Now, if the 5 minute went red, then technically they're not buying right now. So the 5 minute always controls if we know they're buying or they're not. But you can see, like, if we pull up Lunar, the 15 minute seller is selling right now on the 5 minute. So if we go in here, 15 minute seller, they're selling right now on the 5 minute. Now, is this seller aggressive? Well, they're not willing to sell below 1914. So they're not that aggressive, right? They didn't change the 30 or the 60, so they're not that aggressive. So what does that mean? Maybe the 5 minute reverses and we change what that person's doing or that algorithm's doing. But you can see SPY in that 2230 kicking in. Hughes still kicking in. I am now short NQ, entry point, expecting a sharp pullback to the downside. All right. Let's go see. So, first off, your short was executed at the bottom of the broadening formation. So not the ideal scenario. Would have better been executed up here when price reclaimed at the top of the formation. And you could see you would know that like this. So you'd see it at the top of the formation. That would be your level of resistance to be short against up in here. So there's that resistance. It was tested a few times. Then it goes down. So not the best place to time the short. As far as what we know right now, that monthly, weekly buyer, they're in here, right? You only got 10 minutes left though. So let's see. If you were going to time a short right now and be successful in it, you would need this little fiver triangle. You'd need this 225er here to kick in, and you'd need that level of reclaim 29 or 2989. So pretty much you're short against this. That level holds, then you could target, trying to take this out potentially. Now, if we look at it, today is red. So today, sellers are more aggressive, but right now, inside 60. So we'll see. What I would say is your short probably ain't going to work out, but we'll see. And the reason it wouldn't would just be because of that inside 60 on the futures and the inside day on the SPY. And we can also count the most twos and see how much evidence you actually have for that. Let's see. Where is it? So on the 60 right now, 48% are confirming. On the day, 50%. So hopefully it kicks in and you'd have to change that 30. See it. NAS 100. So you can see it goes 225er. So that's the daily seller and like the intraday seller, but it didn't go anywhere. It ticks down, nothing. So that didn't work. Lunar. So you can see Lunar, slight corrective activity. The red fiber didn't change any of this. So if we go back to what we were talking about before, right? We go on Lunar. Look at this, 60, 30, 15, 5-minute buyer. They came back. So whoever was selling on that 15, boom, into a losing position. They're wrong. And hopefully we can see that kick in on the new 60 in about 9 minutes. So you can see he tried to short it. Goes tick down. Boom, 3 to the face. You still have the monthly, weekly 30 buyer going against his short position, and it's going back through a broadening formation. Everyone's already short, so he's got short covering and the monthly, weekly buyer going against his position right now. He's getting destroyed. So we can see gold right now, right? And we did some battles, so I just want to show you. There's multiple ways to try and get in this here. Inside fiver, bang, right? Then you had the inside fiver / tenor right here, boom, right? And then it comes back. Then you had the slight lower low to this, hammer fiver, boom, still good. So the question would be, are we going to be able to stay up there to get this thing cooking? The day is still green, so we have evidence today. Is that going to be enough? We'll need some new, let's see it. On the next 67 minutes, we want to see if that buyer can come back to get more. That would help things get moving here. You can see utilities, they're still going after utilities, so they're rotating still into the more defensive posturing. Staples, a little bit, right? Semis at low a day, it did go hammer 60, so it's closer to going 60s back up, and that would destroy that NASDAQ short too. So we'll see if that kicks in or not. Qs, we'll see how's that hammer 60 at low day as well. AMD, still inside week, still inside month. Would have full time frame continuity. NVIDIA still has monthly magnitude, still has a 2-up week. So might have a rev strat 60. Let's go around and see what we've got. Gold's choppy. Yeah, a little bit. See it. And let's get the strat time report. Woof. A lot of 60 setups in there. All right. So here's your strat time report. We see them obviously going after energies. OIH is one of the main ones, and that's from our weekend video as well. And we're gonna spin. We're just gonna quickly spin through these. But we can see FTI, so this is straight up in the all-time highs now, so it's breaking out. And the inside month up did what it was supposed to do, taking these guys out. So it is exhaustion risk. Maybe you get some new signals in there if they're going to keep them moving. Slob. 2-2 day, you can see in here. Wow, I got more setups coming. Looks like oil and gas. But Slob is not at the monthly magnitude yet, so up in here at 58. You can see they're buying it all morning. So what you look for, what the time report, the goal of it is you look for this. So you get the slight corrective activity here, slight lower low. When that comes back in, then you can go after it back to the highs. So any of these guys who are really green, like Pump, for example, you get slight red inside and then back to the highs. And you got the rest of the day to go after it. So as we come into the latter part of the session, we like to stick around on things that are moving. So one sec. And if you recall, right, so we put down in the bottom of the screen, you'll see scrolling across the theme, right? One of the themes there is rare earths. So you can see how in there, this is a perfect example of it. We put that on the theme, and that was around the second hour of the day. We started picking up on that. But then what you look for is this, right? Corrective activity. And then right when this kicks back in, those are all those guys still there, the buyers. So they sell, 2-2 reversal, right back into everyone that's buying this month, this week, today, right? All that good stuff. But USAR, they did that. We go to MP. You can see MP had the same thing. They had the inside 60 though, so just straight up momentum to the highs. But they're ripping, and this is stuff posted on Twitter over the weekend, which is good stuff. Trying to rip through these guys and see what we have. All right. So really the main theme I can see is the one that's already there, and then oil and gas. Even then, it's mostly OIH. One thing we can do is we can just try again and go here into sometimes this will take a minute. Yeah, here it is. But here is the new 60 flip. So mind the flip. We got potential 60s in semis in SPY, in tech. So they could reverse those back up. Then we have the potential 60 RevStrat and Lunar if we can take out 1944. Gold does go 30s down on the flip. So still doing some battle within the triangles here. And that 2230, they're trying to come back through this. So they might triangle out again, gold. And that'd be closer to the 60 down as well with silver. Already still puking, so still not seeing much get out or much to get out of gold. Right on the flip, SPY is red and inside, so that daily seller's still here, SPY and Qs with no reversal. So you can see in here, 3 on Qs, so it's going up and down, and then 2 down. 2 down, it did go green, but then right on the flip, when that's red, that daily seller's still here. So whoever's buying this month and this week, we still can't pick up on them, at least not with a reversal here. AIRO on the gappers, you got potential inside 30 down. It's a big 2-2 day down, AIRO. PNW 3 or 222 30s down. It might be a little illiquid, so just be careful there. So you can see on the NAS, oops, the 60 flip helps them out. So they buy them up right on the flip, changing what's going on. The day is still red, so that's the daily seller. So we could say tech, semis, still no reversal back up. Semis is still day down. On the gappers, you will have UMAC inside 30 down, closer to taking inside 60 down. NVIDIA is closer to 2230s down to try and break that, 2 hour now inside bar below 224.62. If they're going to come back in on them. While the market pulls in a little bit, USAR is still at the highs in the rare earths. MP is still at the highs. For now, every index is still an inside 60 minute, and we still have SPY inside day, so it's still pretty slow out there. Gold still making slight higher lows, so you can see they triangle they out with the little sub-broadening formation here. Maybe we can get that outside 60. I still have reason to believe that it can get moving today. It's just got to get above those morning highs if they're going to do it. If you take a look at gold futures, you can see this little white broadening formation. This is a little tiny one, and this is consolidation. If we zoom out, see the much bigger triangle? This is consolidation right in the middle of it. So then we have to break that consolidation to get out of it. Now in the 60s, there's some stuff going on, but a lot of inside bars still. On the gappers list, UMAC did take the 60 down from the 30. So you can see the inside 30 down, reclaim the previous morning highs. Coming back through these guys here to 33.15, and then we'll have to see how much puke they're willing to puke from all-time highs reclaimed. We also see more of the drones doing pretty much the same thing. A lot of choppy shop. So you can see RCAT almost 3 hours stuck inside of this. Yeah, no thank you, right? If you look at Lunar on the 60 flip, it's still red. So as far as buyers are concerned, we didn't see them come in here and get after it like we wanted to. So the flip still red. So you can see still the daily 60 seller here, just inside bar. So they're trying to become the two down on the 60. We'll see if they're weak enough to do it. They are getting a little bit redder. Dow Jones is still green, and IWM is still in just what, slightly red and inside. TAC is still inside, Semi's still inside, so it's just a lot of equilibrium still. UMAC takes them all out, so you can see the inside 30 down on the flip with the 60 inside down now. And they just pound right through them all. So now the question is, do you stay down there and start really, tearing through these guys or not? We take a look at the NASDAQ futures. They still are just inside 60 minute. AVAV is closer to a 2-hour inside bar down in the drones. Be a little bit closer to taking out its mother bar, but it's kind of stuck like the rest of them. Lunar goes back to red on the day on the 22230 down, so it has a magnitude to low a day on the T2 reversal. Right now we have simultaneous breakdown in the drones. About 5 of the 10, or 5 of the 13 are breaking down, which is ONDS, UMAC, Palantir, AIRO, and EH. Oops. UMAC 2 down again on the 5er, so they're still going on the 30s. Ours, let's see it. Or MU. Yeah, a little bit stuck in there still. SPY did take the 30s down. I got 11 minutes to go on it. Still inside 60. Pretty much all the indexes are still inside. SPY's a little closer to changing that. UMAC, after taking out all the nearby pivots, some profit taking. Gold will be a little closer to setting up some potential hammer 30s in the direction of the day, the week, and month, which is what we're looking for. There's a ton of ones, which is why I'm being a little bit more quiet here. There's not much we can do with a ton of ones. SPY's a little closer to taking out those morning lows with the 2230 kicking in. With only 9 minutes left, and we're going to be halfway through the 60s. We take a look at Google from the shooter 60 in here. 2, 2, 2. So it's still good. This is one of the few things on the downside that are still good, right? So when we say still good, what we mean is if you're a shooter 60 guy, you get in, still good. You get to stick around, right? No reversals. Now the question is, after going outside day down there, do they have more? And we prefer to see them puke, especially since the SPY's a little weaker here. We want to see them going down with the SPY. Energies, they're still firm, XLE and OIH. There's some profit taking going on in the precious, not precious metals, but rare earth stuff. While the market's down, we see some of the data center / Bitcoin miner names, Hut, for example, firming up, with Cypher firming up a little bit, going into the highs. But the continuity there is kind of trash. So when we look in here, month is still bright red, the week is still 2 down. Now, since we're at the end of the week, right, it's profit taking. Maybe they're strong enough to get those outside days. That's really all we see that's firm while we go into these downtrends or go into these inside bars. UMAX could be closer to shooter fiber to confirm the 60s down. Still has 35 minutes to go on that on the gappers. UMAC goes inside, so it doesn't trigger that. We'll see. Hughes still inside 60s. Coming into the last fivers of the 30s, we're going inside bar on the fivers. Yeah, have a good weekend. Ugh. Envis still squeezing? Oh, yeah. Look at that puppy. 299.86 is still at monthly magnitude, but you can see how the 60 goes up, triangle they out, stop them out. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So they are going after that one still. Energies are also still at the highs in XLE at OIH. How would I recommend trading options if I'm brand new? Honestly, I'd recommend not. Because your goal, if you're brand new to learning the strat, your goal would be to practice one thing. So for example, if you practice just trading inside 30s, right? And you could do this on the gap list, or you could do this on like the monthly lists or whatnot, but the gap list is normally where we suggest to start. So for example, 2, 1. So when this breaks a 2, you would go after it. You just use one share. So it's $32. And if you're going to have the wider stop down in here, you know, you'd risk $1. So if you're wrong, you lose $1. And then in this case, closes 2 up, so you're good. Then it goes 2 again, stick around. Then it goes 1, starts coming back in. So you either reduce or you get out, and that's red. Then it goes 1 again. You're either sitting here or you've already reduced. And then when this goes 2 down, you could flip it short, or you could just get out. So it's like buy, get out. And you just practice doing that. And you could do that on the 30s and 60s, which is what we recommend. The only thing you got to be aware of is like getting stuck in the middle. Like if we go to drones today, so you can see inside goes up, didn't go anywhere, get out, right? And then it goes down, it's still knowing you're taking this out. So we want to be aware we don't want to get stuck in the middle of this opening bar, whatever it ends up being. So if we go to RCAT, we don't want to trade this. This is stuck right in the middle. We want to be close to taking out the low or the high. In that way, you know, so if we go to MBIS today, right? You just wait. So we get this inside 30, you take that, doesn't work. All right, just get out. Then it goes inside, goes down. If you wanted to, you could have shorted it. But once it comes back in and that reverses, technically this would be rev strat, which you would take the offer here. But if we can focus on just trading one setup and then holding it when it works, that's, you want to build that muscle. And the reason I would recommend not doing options right away is because you have to start somewhere. And if you trade options right away, you can grind down way faster. Like you don't want to just grind everything to nothing because that's not going to teach you anything. You want to practice making winning positions and holding them when they work. So to kind of show you that inside bar strategy, if we go to OIH, this was on our weekend vid. So you get inside weak, we execute it the same way. If it breaks this, we can put our stop right below here and you're in. Obviously it's a bigger trade, but you're risking $5. So if you're wrong, you lose 5. And if you're right, it's 26. And you know, it's not the most impressive return, right? It's $26, but it's still a win. And you can do that on whatever charts you're going to play. Tesla just went inside 60 down. Let's see. So when inside 62, the second that goes red though, potential 3. So it's rev stratting the 60. Playbook or universe you can trade every day. The gapping stocks, 2 reversals and inside bars on the 30-60. That would be the one you normally would start with. And the only thing you have to be aware of is when that once they starts chopping them up in here, you don't want to get chopped up in there with them. Hughes goes inside 30s down, so it's confirming what the SPY's doing. Still very slow. Tech is inside 30s down as well, with semis inside 30s down. So tech, semis, Qs all break together. And we can see if we look at tech, we only got what, 3 hours left in the day. It's still inside. Go to SPY. It's a little closer to a 2. We got 3 hours left, still inside. It was closer to taking that out. 774, but Hughes is still 2 up. Dow Jones is still inside, and IWM is still inside. So you're still just not really having the most fun day here. What makes you profitable is very small losers and big winners. So knowing everything in the strat, that's not going to help you. Knowing how to make a winning position and then hold it when it works, or get out if it's not working, that's what's going to help you. And that's why you want to trade reversals. And when it works, you want to stick around. And when it doesn't, you don't want to stick around. So like if we go back to gold today, I know it's a 2-2 reversal day. I know above the week and the month opens. So I want to see that go up. I don't want to short it today. Therefore, I can ignore anything short. I don't want to take it. And if I'm going to try and create a position, any of the reversals in here, right here, when this breaks, 402.30, buy. Stop loss, 402.21, right there. And then once it goes all the way up here, break even or in profit stop. Because either it keeps going, and I'm a winner, or it comes back, so be it. Stop out for break even. And you can do that as many times as you want, right? But you have to time it. You have the slight lower low and then the reversal back the other way. So if we're looking at anything, what we want to do is we want to time those higher highs and lower lows with, signals. Now, when we're trading gaps, sometimes they'll go directly to the highs, but we prefer to take reversals. So like if we go to UMAC, right? Lower low on the 15, right there, 2-2 reversal. And it's like, okay, well, the stop would be 1 penny below that if we're going to take it. I'm not suggesting to take this, but I'm just trying to show you. And if we're right, it's going there. So if this works, and let's say it closes up here, 34, we're in. And then 2, 2, 2, right? Take this out. And then maybe it goes 2, 2, 2, it keeps going. But you only trade ES. Well, yeah, that's probably part of the issue. And that's not to say you can't only trade ES, but these formations get a little tighter. So you have to be aware of when that's happening. Like when this is happening, do you see how this is all right in the middle of this high, this low? You're going to get destroyed, right? You're like, why is the strat not working? It's like you're trading right in the middle. This is consolidation. And then you'll see in this case, it breaks and it goes instantly. And then you get the reversal here, and then it's a nice move. And you get the reversals in here, it's decent. Then they do chop them up a little bit in here. But if we're trading reversals, this would have been the reversal down, short, cover the short, flip it long, flip it back short. You still made some money there. Flip it back long, all the way up in here, and flip it back short until the close. Maybe made a little bit. And that's 15 down, 15 back up, 15 back down, 15 back up, 15 back down. And then today they gap it up. So 2 up, there's no entry, 2 up, no entry, 2 up, no entry, 2-2 reversal right there. All the way through here. 2-2 back up, 2-2 back down. But you need it needs to be moving. If you're losing, there's only 4 ways you're going to lose. And I don't know your trading and you haven't shared anything with me. But here it is. This is how you fix it, right? So fix your trading, right? We start here. The first rule, if you're losing, stop. If you're losing, it's not going to teach you anything. You're just going to be scared, and scared traders trade worse. right? And this is something Rob would always say. If you start losing, stop. If you grind it to zero trying to learn, it doesn't make any sense. So the point is, don't lose, right? How not to get killed. Don't worry about making money, worry about not losing. So instead, watch. If you're losing, just stop. Just watch. Because there is winning trades, right? There is winning trades. Like if we're looking at any chart today, let's just pull out a random one, HUT. If we look in here, it's like, where are the winning trades in any of this? Well, we had a 3-2, right? We had a 3-2 in here. Price has never came back to that. That's a winning position, right? And then today, and 3 doji, 2, so that didn't work. Came back in the middle. 2, that didn't work. But then 2 going 3, 2-2 reversal right there, that works. So the question is, or not the question, but the point is, if you spend time looking at the charts and just identifying where's the winning positions, where are they actually happening, that's going to help you see them. And when we're looking at things that do have full time frame continuity, like when we put the themes up in there, you can look at this stuff and be like, well, why did this happen? Right? MP went from 40 to 60. Why did that happen? It's like, well, we had the broadening formation. It was a 2-2 reversal above that. That reversal occurred above the monthly open, so it happened with full time frame continuity. There was earnings in there that did come out, right? And they were good, so that helps out. But we was 2-2 week on the new month. So then when you look in here, anytime during this week and during this week, how would you have made any winning positions in there? So technically on earnings, gap down buy, but it pretty much closed right where it opened. So it's going to be hard to make a winning trade there. And same with this doji. But there is trades in there, right? There's going to be buys down here. There's going to be shorts up here. Then yesterday, they did a nice little gap down buy, and that went in the direction of it. So if we just look, right, from that weekly reversal to the current price, all of that occurred above the month open. All of this occurred above the week open, both weeks. And we'll see that weekly reversal occurred down in here. What ways could we have created a winning position? And a winning position we would define as just something that doesn't come back. Well, one of them would be this inside 30, right? It did come back for what, 5 cents? So you could have just easily held on to that with your stop here, and you're good. Inside 30 up, get in, works out. You also had this inside 30. That broke right here, right? The stop would have been like 10 cents. That also never came back. Now there's going to be ones that get stopped out. You're going to get stopped out, period. It's all, if you have a tight stop, you're going to get stopped out. But if we look at this, right? This created the 2-2-30 in here. Now it did come back, would have stopped you out. And then the 3-2, that's a pretty nice one, would have stopped you out down in here. We had a gap down buy, right? This gap down buy rips. Right? That's 5% off the lows. That's pretty good. And you'll see it reversed here below that, 48.62, and did come back. And then we open on a gap. Inside bar breaks here, never comes back. If we look right, that inside bar never came back. And we'll see this inside bar here. There's a rev strat, goes to the highs. It did reverse, did come back. Now, if we had the rev strat here, we would have been able to hold it into the close. Probably would have stopped us out on that last 30 though. We have the kicking pattern here, right? That creates a nice winning trade. And eventually that does come back. So you're going to see, when we're looking at this, if you take positions in here, some of those will get stopped out. If we have positions on the way up after slight lower lows, that never comes back, right? We have signals here, doesn't come back. We have a signal here, doesn't come back. So some of them don't come back. But the point is, can you create a winning trade that doesn't come back in the direction of this stuff. Nice green month, nice green week. So we go to this week, right? Where would the winning positions have been if we're looking at this week? Well, you're going to see, right? Gap up and they sell. And then they chop them up. So there's nothing good in here. Then slight gap down right here, lower low. Boom, that creates a huge winner. So you have the slight lower low back in the direction of the green week, the green month. Then there's the 2230, 2 down, 2 up right there. That never came back. Then there's the 2230 right here, 2, 2. That never came back. And then if we go into this morning, right, those are some huge winners. Because once you get a winner, you can hold on to it. You don't have to get out. And then the only other one today would have been this inside 30. Goes ticks down. When that starts coming back in, you can go after it. And so far, that hasn't came back either. It did reverse. But the goal is, when you look at any chart, wherever you see price hasn't came back, that's a place where you could have been in there with a break-even stop. So the goal is not, is this entry that I take here perfect? It's, can you create a winning position into favorable conditions where you would expect prices to keep going? And that's all a reversal does. So if we go to how you'd want to think about that, and we talked about this before, but we want to time a reversal back through a range of guys, and we want to do it with continuity. In this case, the monthly continuity. This is the last thing we'll talk about today. I'm probably going to be peacing out. But, so if we know that, right, what you can do is time the reversal to cause that. So like, for example, let's look at UMAC, right? We can scan for this inside week right here. So this inside week gets your attention. So then the question is, what caused that? How would we have bought 2164? Well, you had a momentum hammer day. So you could have bought the momentum hammer day, put your stop 1 penny below that, or the daily open, and you're in from there. If we go in there and see what caused that to happen, you had the 3, 1, 2 on the 15, 2173. You could have bought that, never comes back. And then you'll see there's some 2-2s in here. Might have stopped you out. Inside bar rev strat. Might have stopped you out. Inside bar, that one never comes back. And there's going to be 2-2-30s in here, which you won't see on this time frame. But if you look in here, this will be the 30-60. So there's the weekly trigger. 2-2-30 in there. 2-2-30 in there. That one never comes back. 2-2-30 right there. That never comes back. At least not for a good bit, right? Creating these winning positions. Now, you'll see it comes back, stops people out. And this is why, like, what we want to do is if we can get the week, you can just trail the week. You can go higher, low. You just walk it up. But if we're trading off these 30s, ideally it's like get it, pounds to the highs, awesome, break even. And as long as it's not, coming back in aggressively against you, you don't have to do anything. So you can see it's like slight 2 down. Maybe you reduce, but then right here, get more and get back in. Then 2 down. When this reverses, you can leave this. You can leave this position. You can leave this position. You don't have to do anything yet. Now you'll see the broadening formation restarts in here. So once they start just grinding like this, you have a few options. You can either reduce positions or you can just stick around. Now in this case, they grind and then they gap down. So it might have stopped you out. But then right here, 2-2-30, you can go after that and you're going to get your money back. Then when it reverses against you here, you can reduce it or defend it however you want. And then you'll see it does get a little bit grindy in here. And this is part of the reason, or part of the issue if you're only looking at one time frame. You can see, if we look in here, what you can see is they tried to sell it down, didn't take, nowhere near taking this out. They tried to buy it up, didn't take this out. So what's happening is they're restarting all this price discovery, the broadening formation. So it's like if you sell it in here, they buy it, then they sell, then they buy, then they sell. It's getting really tight and then getting bigger. That's the only issue you're going to run into. But as long as we're trying to take reversals back through other guys, once it kicks in, it really kicks in. Bitcoin miner still catching the bid. Yeah, you can go back to HUT. So HUT is getting a little closer to that outside day we mentioned. But to wrap it up, right? The question is, what reversal or what signal can you take that is less likely to come back to where you get it or where you bought it? And it would be reversals at the tops and bottoms of those broadening formations where you will have potentially less evidence when the reversal happens, but it's more likely that it stays in your favor. So if we just go to HUT and you see where were the biggest winning positions that lasted the longest? Slight higher high here, right? And then bam. So that was a great place to be short, right? Slight lower lows here, then bam. So that would have been a good place to know about going long, right? And then here, slight higher highs here. That would have been a great place to get short. You could have held that for a good long while, right? Then you'll see the lower lows in here. That would have been a good place to know about going long, right? The higher highs in here, this is to all this stuff, would have been a good idea to be thinking to go short up there. And you'll see in this case, it didn't quite make the lower lows here. And they're gapping a bit, so this gets a little bit messy in the middle. But this is why we want to think in terms of those broadening formations, because that gives you the best odds where you can see something like this. You get the lower lows to this. When that reversal kicks in, you have everyone that's short in this to try and go against. So if it does work, you want to add to it. Or you want to hold on to it. Options. Ideally, you can use the premium charts if you're watching it, but you don't have to. MicroStrategy? Yeah, maybe. Coming back through the broadening formation there. But those broadening formations, that's why they're universal truth, because they happen, and because price almost always is going to stop someone out before it's going to go anywhere. And that's just like the simple way to think about it. Everyone teaches on like liquidity concepts and this and that, but it's not really about that. It's more about the fact that price discovery, when it's happening, it's taking both sides of a range. And that's why, anytime you're buying right up into these highs here, it's not going to work and you're going to lose. And you're going to be like, why am I losing? Because you're buying straight into the highs. Versus you make a lower low, then you reclaim, you start coming back into the range. That's the one that's less likely to come back. Just like in here. Slight 1 penny lower and then, right? And the reason that happens is because of, if you go to thestrat.ai/docs, you can read about it under broadening formations. And I'll throw that in the chat. Now at this point, if we just look at the indexes, they're still inside days. So still inside day Dow Jones. And let me make sure these are set up. Here it is. You can see still inside on the Dow. IWM is closer to becoming a 2 up, so see closer to those 60s up. And I imagine a lot of those Bitcoin miners that are pounding up in there are helping them out. And you can see we pointed that out earlier and did get some nice movement on those 60s. It just has a little intraday signal, but that was about it. But you see APLDs coming back into them, BTDR, cores. And what I want, like, notice this, right? If we just blow it up and we have more bars so you can see those broadening formations, look at where these winning positions are being created. APLD, the slight lower low. Right, slight lower lows to this, and then reversal, bang. BTDR, slight lower lows, and then reversal. Cores, lower lows to this stuff, and then reversal at 1969. HUT, lower lows to all this, and then reversal. You keep going down the list. There's slight lower lows in Irene, slight lower lows in Mara there. Riot, lower lows to this, and then reversal. So notice every single one, pretty much, is just making slight lower lows, and then it's a reversal. And it seems counterintuitive until you realize you're trading against other people, and you want to go back through them. So we go to Utes, which are up on the day. You can see all the Utes positions, so like PPL, slight lower lows, and then bang, coming up through here. And most of these are just going into high day, so exhaustion risk. Tesla went outside 30, then slight lower lows. Yeah, and you can see this is part of the issue when you're trading with those mother bars. Look at this. You got 4 30s inside of 1. So this is the range contracting. But it contracts by broadening formation, which is the interesting part. So you can see it goes 2, 3, 2, comes back in, potential 3. So we go in there like a 3 minute, we should be able to see it. Right, slight lower lows in here, and then reversal, which creates that swing. You'll see the slight higher highs in here, and then the reversal, which, you know, they grinded it down, but that's how it's going to be. Now, if you know that, right, then that changes how you want to think about what you're looking for. Like if you go to our, I think it was our Tuesday night vid, we pointed out we had all those inside bars on airlines on the weekly sell list. So if we look in here, you can see AAL, it's like it goes inside day. What would we want to see? Slight higher high and then go the other way. That'd be ideal because that's going to be the big move. Where when you look at this picture, right, anyone that's shorting into the close here, and you can see if you look at this, anyone that's shorting into the close, this is the picture of the chart that you're going to see. When it gaps up in there, blows out all their stops, and then it reclaims, and then it goes racing to the other side. So it creates a winning position there, all the way through here. And then this morning, you know, it's pretty illiquid here, but they gap it up, and then they go the other way, which is what you'd prefer to see. That was actually yesterday morning, but so if we look at SPY, you see make the higher highs, and then they come back in. So, you know, into next week, depending on how this were to close, could be next week or it could be today if they wanted to start coming back through all this stuff. They're still working on it. And if we go to those 60s, like we were talking about before, how everything confirms or negates, you'll see 3, 2 down. We pointed that out here, and it never came back so far. 2 down, it was green, but it was still a 2 down. And then it went inside, 2 down. So you got about a couple minutes here, and this is the last 60 flip. I'm probably going to be heading out actually just before it. But I know today, you know, what was kind of slow. There wasn't as much crazy stuff going on, mostly due to a lot of those indexes, my bad, being inside day. Now, the question would be the back ender. If SPY is going to stay a 1, what you would see is you'd see these lower lows, reversals back through these guys. Anyone short this morning. Now, if SPY is going to become a 2, What we would like to see is some slight higher highs, some new signals, and try and go and take out anyone here, 775.40, and then take out 774. Now, since we're inside day, what tends to happen is since you're inside the previous range, you have a broadening formation that starts in here. So just be aware, although it looks pretty red here, month and week are still green, so that could change. It just takes 1 hour. That could change what's going on. Outside of that, it's like utilities. You can see they start rotating previous 60, and they're still doing that. Slow and steady. Staples, not so much, but their doji's doing nothing. And energies are still at the highs. XOP setting up some 60s to the flip. Then OIH is mother bar, chopping them up. So not too much going on to talk about. I still would love to see if gold could do it. But like we were just talking about, we might need to see some lower lows first if they're going to do it. They just haven't been willing to pay up today. But we'll have some of those equal highs, which I know everyone loves to target. So that will be it from me today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. At least got something out of it. I know things were a little slower on what we were watching. But into the afternoon, I'll just be watching where those long green bars are, like energies, and see if you can't get some more movement out of them. But adios, guys. We'll see you bright and early next week or on the weekend video. And you can check us out at thestrats.ai. Peace.